Hello, I have returned after a couple of days of not existing. So, okay, is this music too loud? No, it should be fine. I'm gonna assume this is like decent volume music. Hi chat, hello. Welcome. So, I have moved. I am now in a different area. Days of not. Okay, seems good. I don't know. It's a bit different now because I'm obviously in a different place, but I have 3 screens now instead of just 2, which is more efficiency for me. Very awesome, very awesome. I am enjoying it here so far, but we're gonna see how things go from here. This is actually been pretty cozy. It's just a bit of getting used to being in a different place. And it's been a while since I've actually been in a different place. Point being is that, wow, I'm in a new area, a new world that I've been to before. It's not the first time I've been here. Second year of university. Woo! Anyways, hi everyone. Today is day 12. You're getting close to the end of second week, which means that I think day 14 we're gonna make the executable. I still have to look up how to do that. Day 14 is gonna probably be Tuesday. I don't think Saturday. Yeah, it's like dorm life. I'm gonna get like a lot of random outdoor noises. There's actually, I think here compared to my last dorm, I had better soundproofing here. So hopefully I'm not annoying to anyone. If I am, then please yell at me. I'm dearly sorry. But I don't think people can really hear me too well, especially since there's like an industrial level fan outside in the wilderness. So anyways, yeah. Today is gonna be a pretty like I don't know why I'm like nervous. It's like I shouldn't be nervous about anything. Like I've done this like 15 times. So at this point, it's like type of show. But first time in the new first time doing this in the new setting, cool stuff. Anyways, today is day 12. Conditionals. I wanted to do this a while ago. Obviously, day 10 was it day 10? Was our statuses day? Like, hey, let's get some statuses rolling and all that nonsense. And, well, that just didn't really work out for us now, did it? Because there's a lot of peripheral work that has to be done for that. So, I think this music is a bit too cheery for, doing this. I'm gonna put on, again, the theme Nimbus, why not? But, essentially what is the issue now is, well, back then, I just had a lot of extra work to do, a lot of peripheral work I need to get done, which we've now finished. We can now move forward and actually get some of the more complicated things completed. Very awesome stuff, now is it not? So, team energy. So you know what, this is good. We can bop to this for a bit. So today is gonna be a pretty eventful day, I think, because well, we all know how these JSONs look at this point. We've watched many dozens and dozens of hours of how to make these things get coded working. Obviously, we're gonna be making status inflections and stuff soon, but for the moment, we're not gonna focus on that. We're gonna focus on just the overall goal, which is clash, win, hit, effects, and so forth. Just making sure that those effects can trigger at all. So this is when we're going to start getting into dice data, and it might even be useful to have a specific dice object that can collect some data and be passed around. I've been considering it. I've always been referencing off of the base sheet. I don't know, I might be thinking about it. That was a spur of the moment concept. So, let's see here. So what was I going to look for today? Let's see. So if I go into action list and I pull up something like, not the defense skill, I close everything out, I close all my tabs, and I have to actually reopen them now. If we use something Hooligan Bash, you can see I throw in a bunch of extra text in here. So this is kind of on a concept of like, hey, here's all of the extra data that could be processed. So here it's like a deal stagger 2, set var x to 10, and then deal damage based on the variable x. Now, of course, we've now made scope variables. What's important here is something like set var x. That's a local variable to just this hit sequence here, right? It is only local to this hit sequence. These individual code blocks like set var do not reset that scope, at least. If the function itself has variables within it, that's a separate concept, but yeah. I mean, overall, this is a functional coding system that does work with scopes pretty well. It does seem to be pretty strongly functional. So, That's a nice thing, is it not? Yeah. So, what do we do today? Okay. There's a lot of peripheral work that has to be done. Okay, making sure my voice isn't like messed up or something. So, let's see. Beginning today off with functions. So obviously we have all the basic everything. Another thing that we're going to get to, which I'm not going to get to just yet, is of course making the function list for global scope functions. That might be a day 13, or maybe I think I'm going to probably postpone it to being a day 15 thing. On week 3, we're going to do a lot more of these broader fixes. Week 2 has been a lot of the functional code, so we can actually get functions working. So I should be able to have automatic delivery on the console CLI. So obviously, if we go back here, if I load the project up here, I can of course do execute skill A1 on E1, and it would be like the knife attack versus. I keep on using relay repressor, but it's a good one. And you can see it automatically resolves without any other further input. Now obviously we'll have to reverse this soon because there's going to be some choices in the matter in terms of maximal, minimal, status usage before, during, after. There's a lot of may clauses. May clauses are always going to be a condition. This is when we're going to have to run all of our executes in a larger base scope, which is going to be our like sequencing game cycle sequencing scope. That's going to be very important. And of course, that's going to also include details such as it's just going to be able to start and stop at any time. That's the goal there. Be able to start and stop our code as needed. Obviously, the benefit of having our sequences be built on functions and not like these small blocks of code is we can probably start and stop things a bit more easily. Is a pretty nice part of it. So, of course, this does get to this automatic system, and of course, funny enough, the repressor actually lost one clash on the 1d10. That's kind of funny. Oh, it's fun to see that type of stuff. Anyways, cool things there. Obviously, we're going to be taking all this, and we're going to be adding all of our additional hit clauses and the like to it. Now, how are we going to do that, right? So I think I talked about this in a previous stream. Let's see over here. If I go over here and I pull up, let's see. Here we go. I already posted on yesterday's post for day 12 because I kind of forgot about posting these. It hasn't been as many slides to share. So I'm not really thinking about them as much. I kind of like only do them as like a warm-up round of like, hey, here's what we're doing today type of thing, right? Anyways, this is just scope stuff which we have finished. But when it comes to skill clauses, right? We go into the Hooligan Bash 1, you can see that there was one singular offense dice has a hit deal 2 stagger. So of course there's the execute clash function which we know about. And then the hit sequence, which is actually this hit clause, we are going to signal that upon hitting this unit. We're going to cause that signal. And because that signal, the hit sequence does occur. Hit sequence is going to be based on our dice data. For now, we're using dice data dictionary. We might actually make a wrapped dice object that can better relay this information. For example, having a pre-built upon creation tags list, where I can say, hey, does this unit have this tag, and I can more easily reference that. That's a goal that I am going to likely be employing here. Hello, you were coding or something? Yes, indeed. Hello there. Yes, I'm not sure how familiar you are with Project Moon, but this is a kind of like a Project Moon fan game, but more of a fan game of a fan game. Essentially, I'm making a TTRPG simulator for the City TTRPG based on the Project Moon universe by Jakafang. And yeah, that's basically all I'm doing today. So, I mean, it's what I do most of my streams. So, feel free to watch and learn about some coding and seeing how this project develops. It's a pretty fun business, you know. Just being able to vibe and code, chat in the process, you know, talk about my thought process, which is kind of what I'm doing right now with these little warm-ups on these slides. So, you know, as we see here, the hit signal here, causing this hit sequence, which is going to cause this hit tag to look into the dice data. So obviously, we've seen the dice data here. That would then go into our action data, go into our dice that we are worried about, which is a -1/1, the first, well actually /0, index 0 of the dice array. This dice object here, we would take this dice object and we would look and we will see the hit tag is in there. Now now there isn't like a tags dictionary within the object. I could make that, but I just kind of for now I'm making these broader tags such as the hit tag, just freestanding within this dictionary. And obviously the hit tag is going to have this array. This array is of course the sequence data. And this sequence data, when we talk about this hit function, is essentially just going to be creating a sequence where the stack name is going to be the hit, is going to be hit, its calls are going to be that array given, and there are no args, although there will be some pre-built args, and those pre-built args are going to be important because they of course are set in the resources tag, and that is going to be referred to later. So actually we will have some args that goes into, for instance, source, which is going to be the unit that dealt the damage for the hit tag in particular, and then target, which is going to be the unit that was hit by target. The nice thing about Stars of the City as a system is the way it orients this concept. Also, wow, we're getting a lot of viewers. Hello everyone. I actually didn't expect to have this many viewers, but very welcome to see everyone here. Hello. So, when we talk about the this bash attack, right, with the hit clause here, essentially what's happening is it has some pre-built tags such as self, or like the caster, or then the target, which is what we're actually hitting. This actually came up in status infliction, right? So for example, if I do /self with a status infliction, that is a tag that is going to look for the self variable within our args list. It's going to just be called a /self. It's our targeting dynamic there. I might have some other, I think these slashes are just going to denote like a variable that is predefined by the system or somewhere else. It's kind of going to be like my coding, it's kind of going to be how I'm going to run this sort of paradigm for how I want to code everything here. /all enemies would be every single enemy based relative to self. So if I'm an enemy, as in an E1 unit, my all enemies would be all the enemies of the self, which are going to be the A group of units. So I have A group of units, E group of units, which is basically allies in relative to the player, enemies relative to the player. And when it comes to all enemies, this is just relative to the unit itself, not the player versus like DM run unit dynamic. It's kind of how I've been running it so far, but that's a different topic. Now, of course, you might see with some stats and flex, you'll see that I don't actually mention a unit. There is no prescribed unit in here. What does that actually mean? That actually means that it infers that I'm talking about the target, the /target. If I were to type in here /target, this, when we are done with everything today, would be functionally the same. That is the goal. It will be functionally the same, right? So what does that actually mean in the grand scheme of things? Well, that's actually an arg, right? Our target arg has been created for us based on the sequence, based on the fundamental construction of a sequence. And the idea of a sequence creates these args and stores them as our references. And the /target reference is a pre-built reference when it comes to something like the hit tag. This is very important. So of course we can start with creating our hit tag here, and for now we are going to still use our original clashing system. Obviously this execute clash code is rather janky, rather immutable. It does suffer from an issue of not having much adaptability by being a default Godot code. I will probably repurpose this into JSON functions since now we have that ability. And in addition to that, it's just kind of hard to mutate this to a specific need. For example, if I wanted to add range clashes, I would have to manually add it into the GD code. Not really an option for most modders, right? So, when we talk about execute clash, we're now of course talking about making all of this work as we want to do. So, getting into that, right? When we actually land a hit, that is an offense attack, where the offense is the winner. Now, when I say attack dice and defense dice in the context of Execute Clash, this is an already resolved situation, a situation which is already resolved, wherein a winner and loser has been determined. And the loser, if they're unopposed, will still keep the same maintenance, right? If a unit is going unopposed in a clash, it is automatically assumed to be the loser by virtue of not challenging, right? So attack dice is always the offensive unit that is casting the hit, and of course we have attack unit, defense unit, which will be our UGs. For our caster, which is what I use in the caster-target relationship, where caster is the unit causing an action, and the target is the recipient of it. So it's a sender-recipient type of dynamic, where I call it caster and target when it comes to TTRPG speak, and how I did it in PRC, which is my system. Right, in that system I had caster and target as the dynamic of sender and receiver. So that's going to be the names of our UGs in that instance. And you can see here all of the stuff with the emit damage console. Now this, of course, we are going to reframe maybe tomorrow, maybe on day 13. I don't want to say tomorrow. Tomorrow as in day 13, but I will probably be doing the day 13 stream on Monday, so look out for that. It's going to be Monday in the morning, I'm going to imagine. My noon, so I'm streaming at noon right now. My classes are typically around the noon period, so I will not be streaming at this time, unfortunately. It's mostly going to be America morning or America night, so I'm in Eastern time, so just dial that to whatever time zone you have. But I might publish actual schedules, since after the first week I should have a good idea of where I'll be able to put my schedules, but that's still a different topic. Anyways, when we talk about this offense-defense situation here, no matter what happens with our damage here, we are always going to be emitting the signal deal damage. After we deal damage, I say, we can then, of course, do our hit tag. So this is where we're going to now analyze the hit tag. We probably want to have a more functional system for this, a more global system for calling a tag, right? When we read a tag from a dice or anything else, right, we want to read the sequence. Although for now, we can actually just kind of go into the sequence and get some data here. But I think actually, yeah, I can make a function which is called function read hit sequence, or maybe some general read clash sequence, because this also applies to clash win, clash lose, where you still have the caster and target dynamic, right? But there's a couple differences there. But for now, I'll just make a simple function which is going to be called read hit tag for any unit here. So there's also the hit received tag. Now I should say something about the hit tag here. We are currently limiting this to just dice that have hit tags. This will not always be the case, so I want to actually show something off real quick. I'm going to be running some one-shots. I might be streaming them. I might be putting the VODs of them out. We'll see, depending on what my players are okay with. But you'll notice a couple things in here. Notably, I do actually tag my statuses, unlike the actual stars of the city. And you'll actually see one of them is, like, for example, hit, right? Hit, gain charge for every 3 burn plus induction heating on the target. So when we talk about that, that is of course saying I need to then check the hit tag for this unit. This unit needs to check its hit tag as a global unit, not just dice hit, right? Dice here, it says hit, gain 1 endurance next turn. But the unit also has to check for itself. What does it have when it comes to a hit tag? And that's going to be very important. Obviously, there's the opposite of hit tag, which is hit received, which is then going to go into just a general, you can't have that on a skill necessarily. Maybe you can have that on a skill, but not on dice, right? So this is actually getting into kind of a concept of a layering dynamic, wherein, and I probably won't turn this into an actual doodle, because it's going to be a quick write-up here. But essentially, there's going to be kind of like a hierarchy, right? Where you have the unit, which is going to be its passives. And then underneath that, is then going to be its individual skills, and underneath skills is going to be its individual dice. And this hierarchy is important. I'm thinking likely what's going to happen is either I will propagate up or I will propagate down. It maybe depends on the situation, right? Like a hit tag, for instance, I probably want to check what the dice does first before moving up, but that is itself a different issue. So something to be thinking about there in terms of how I'm going to do that order. But for now, we're limiting it to just dice tags because I have not made passives for units yet. We will be getting to that soon, and that's going to be very fun in itself. So, very awesome stuff right there. And we can probably move forward from there. Yeah. Real quick. Okay. So, awesome stuff over there, right? So let's talk about this function read hit tag. What are we reading here? We're going to be reading a specific dice data, right? Which is going to be up here, right? Our D1 string and D2 string, but actually, these D1 string and D2 string, which are now, of course, turned into their relevant D1 data, D2 data, become attack dice and defense dice. So that's what we're going to eventually pass in. So of course we want the dice dictionary. So die is going to be a dictionary that we're going to then turn into a file tree in the future, because file trees are pretty useful to use. This hasn't been converted into a file tree based system, and we'll probably do that in the future, but at the moment I have not particularly done that yet. That's going to be a larger refactor based on what we did on day 11. But moving on from that, so the die dictionary is one attribute here, and of course we want the attacking unit and the defending unit. So the attack unit is in a string. I believe it's just a string. Attack unit and defense unit are going to be based on U1 D2, U1 D2, U1 U2, U1 U2. And that's all. They're both strings over there, so that's pretty good. They're both strings. Defense unit is also a string. And this overall is just going to it doesn't need to return anything at the moment. I'm not expecting to return anything from this method. But what read hit tag is going to do is it's going to go into this die data, right? And the die data is actually just the single dice of the skill. So if we just do a, if we make a var die data is equal to file tree dot new, or not file tree, data tree dot new, and then our data is our die, and actually we can just from here just immediately run dget path would then just be the hit tag. So that actually, this would be then the hit sequence. So we don't probably even need to make a method for this, but I'm going to do it anyways. It's always good to just have more methods for more remote calling via our other calls that we use through JSON function. So our J function system will very much appreciate this development. Right. So moving on from that, let's look at this. So our variable hit sequence is going to be just the data here. I don't know why it's particularly angry at us. Oh, because we haven't used some variables here. Okay, that's all. It's been about 4 days since I last coded on Godot. Last time was on Monday, just because of all the moving stuff. So, taking a moment to refresh my knowledge and remember that I should not be worried about these errors because they are perfectly fine as is. I do not need to worry about them. So, with this hit sequence, we of course can now make a sequence variable here. Make our sequence call here. Where is it? This method, we're going to call the sequence method. So that's going to be over here. We can just run sequence, and the stack name will be hit. Our calls are going to be our hit sequence. Although I should probably make sure that when we get this, or we can do a safe get. And our type is going to be type array, just to ensure that it is an array. If it's an empty array, then, well, nothing's going to happen. But it's always good to just run things just in case. Our hit sequence, and then our args. Our args is very important here, so we're going to actually have a couple args here. And we are going to have slash target. Although actually I shouldn't be using slashes because that can be a localizing reference that I don't want. I just call them target. So when you do the slash target, I might change that. I'm not sure. I think slash target would then be I would crop out that slash and say, okay, now go to this variable. I'll think about that later. But of course we have our target, and that is going to be, well, I should do caster, which is ourselves, which is the attack unit, and then the target, which is going to be our defense unit. So what actually happens here, right? So we do have damage commands, do we not? I don't know if we do. We have deal damage and deal stagger. Yeah. So I think what should happen here is I should be able to actually run this then. If I go into my execute skills, this might actually be all I need to do to make the system work. Now obviously expanding outwards is going to be the next challenge, but we're doing pretty good already. So we can of course do a read hit tag, and our die data is going to be our attack dice. And then we have, so this is just a 2-line command over here. I can actually make this a 1-line command if I wanted to, but it's okay. This is probably the smarter way to code, I would say. And when we talk about, say here, now stuff like relay with Barissa, obviously status inflict doesn't do anything yet. We're gonna get to that. You can talk about something like bash, and this should deal stagger too. It should be able to deal just stagger too. Now, important thing is deal stagger should be able to infer, right? So right now I don't think it isn't in it. It doesn't have an inference system, right? And the inference system is going to be important too. That's going to be its own function. So when we go to, where's our stagger and health damage? Here it is. So when we talk about this data right here, right? When we talk about deal damage and deal stagger, let's look at that. So target is an empty string typically, and we can get the var target. Now here it's a lowercase t. It could be a lowercase t, it could be an uppercase t, but I'll probably just use an uppercase. So I imagine lowercases will be used for other stuff. It doesn't matter typically, but this is kind of how I was running it based on my typing in here with the slash self system here. So that's how that's going to be. Also, if we also need to have an inference system when the target is equal to something like, say, target. If I specify the word target, that could mean a unit with a tag target. And I want to make sure that's not the case. So when we get things like slash self, it should be able to infer, hey, what is that supposed to be? So this is going to be a inference system. Woo! Okay, so those are get the data command for whatever reason. So get targeting. So, or maybe get objective, and get objective is going to be based on our arg is just going to be a string, which is going to be something like the slash self or whatever else. Now slash caster slash self would probably be the same thing, but you know, that's another issue that we're going to get to, but I'm not going to think about that right now. I'm not going to challenge that right now. We're going to keep on moving forward and adapting to things as we need to, of course. So with that, actually, I'm not sure. Do I want to worry about this right now? I think it's a good idea too. But for now, this is actually automated automatically. It already checks for targets. So yeah, I will actually right here print inflicting status, and then plus amount. Why not? So let me actually check something real quick. I should be able to use hooligan dash and it should automatically work. Let's actually make sure. If I do execute skill A1 E1 and I do relay tracer 1 and I do hooligan dash 1, let's actually see if it works. I'm not seeing a print here for inflict status. Or it's supposed to be status inflict, that's why. It's not inflict status, it's status inflict. Which is a bit of a, I don't know why it's called that, but that's what I'm looking for. So it is actually reading that in, inflicting tremor plus 3, inflicting tremor plus 3, inflicting tremor plus 3. Now if E1 hooligan ever happens to win, which it tends to not, obviously, because my skill was a lot stronger, there was one tie. Oh! Damaging A1, Vita Ruina. And you can see right there, it does an extra 2 stagger. Now, it is a bit of a janky system, right? So, it is kind of a bit of a weird system here, because I'm just using command prompts based on some code I already wrote with display that's not efficient. So, of course, we're going to be optimizing that in the future, but that does seem to be working. Look at that. Good progress today. I think you'll see that today has a lot of progress to be had. Mainly in regards to the fact that we are making things that are very visual, very, very prominent, right? We are making our kits functional. So we're going to get into status infliction soon. I don't think I'm going to make statuses function yet, but I might be able to today as well. I mean, that was supposed to be a day 10 thing, and we never got around to it, but you can see that the damage thing here is working. Now, what you might notice is that the deal damage did not seem to work. There was something going on there. Deal damage did not seem to work. So that's an interesting thing. You saw that it did the 8 damage, right? Which Vita Ruina has -1 to slash on both ends, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, I can't see it here, but I'm pretty sure for a fact he is -1 to both. Oh, he's actually +1 to stagger. Oh, because it's blunt. -1 blunt on stagger and health. Waves, hello! Hello, everyone! Hello, I actually didn't see you guys in the chat. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're enjoying the stream and hope you're curious to learn about me coding. Hello. So, you can see that the 7 damage on here was dealt, and then of course the 2 stagger, but then you will see that the other things here were not running. So, this is when we can start messing around with some stuff. I'm not actually sure if test 0 had this code though. It might not have. Let's see. If I go into test zip 0 here, I will be able to find out very quickly if that is a bug on my end that we're going to be solving today, or if it's just a lack of data. So if I go here to hooligan bash, okay, so there is an issue here because you can see that there is all of this data that it is not seeming to read. Right, it should be able to deal damage. Oh, get vol actually is an invalid data type. That's right. So when I do deal damage here, it's seeing this strange array that doesn't know how to work with. So that's going to be something that we're going to have to figure out. It's actually a very simple fix. Let me show you. So let's go back to, let me not close out Sublime Text, you know. And then if I go to over here, test 0 here, and then I go ahead and go to actions, and then I go to bash. Deal damage here is invalid. This get vol is supposed to be an object, right? Or it is object contained, but deal damage here is first supposed to have an array of args, right? It's supposed to have an array of args, and within that array of args is the object, right? The object of get vol X as our damage. So that should be working now. I do want to also do a couple other things, right? I want to print some data here. I want to just add log real quick. I can do an add log, and I can do add log for get var X. And this should theoretically work. So let us compress this. My 2 local friends say hi. Hello, everyone. Hello, fellow lurkers. Glad to see you here. Anyways, I'm gonna remove this real quick, and then we're gonna compress this again. And now it should work. Let's see. If I do this and I do execute skill A1 on E1, and I use again, we can probably use is it SotCIE? Did I do SotCIE here, or did I do the other term? It's Ochia, Lancia, Doppia. Okay, so it's Doppia. Actually, using delay Doppia just to see if it does something different. I'm supposed to say hi? That's funny. Got some friends along, I see. The actual watch party is going on in the stream. This is insane. Hooligan Dash 1. So, here obviously, Vita was damaged, and you can see, oh, look at that, it did work. So, the Hooligan Bash 1 E1 did attack Vita Couple, you know, and of course, rolled a 6 with blunt damage, -1/-1, so 5 damage on each. Then the 2 stagger damage. Then add log printed the value of X, which is 10, and then I could see here that that it did 10 damage, just health damage, though. So that's pretty funny. Yeah, that's kind of silly though. So you can see that this is an extra random 10 damage, but that is what I coded to do. That's what I asked the system to do, and it delivered. So that was the over here. Dealing 2 stagger damage, setting the variable X to 10, getting that variable, and then dealing damage. Now there's of course a lot of other cool stuff we can do. So let's actually show off some more things we can do before we implement Clash Win. Clash Win is going to be the next thing we can implement. Yeah. So, before we implement Clash Win systems, let's actually do another action. Let us edit Hooligan Knife 1. So Hooligan Knife 1 currently does some burn infliction, right? So what we can actually do here is we can do something pretty cool, which is on this last dice, let's make a loop command, right? Let's make a loop over here. I think it has to be lowercase loop, right? Always good to make sure. I probably should change my capitalization expectance here. That's kind of a bit weird, but that's a different thing. Ooh. I'm dropping frames. Whoa, I'm sorry. Look at that. I'm sorry guys, I'm dropping frames all of a sudden. I was hoping the internet here would not be as bad, but I guess I'm still having kind of iffy internet. Whoopsies. I hope I don't accidentally lose the stream again. Pretty funny indeed. That's quite funny. Say that again, that again. The status effects work yet? Nope. They have not been coded at all. Just flat out not been coded yet. That's something I wanted to do on day 10 with the actual statuses and triggers stream title, and I never did anything with it, but that is something we are getting to. For now it just prints out inflicting burn +3, but when we do get them to work, that's going to be pretty fun. It won't be too hard to make them as just like a stationary, like, hey, this unit has this much status, but running the actual trigger sequence for them is going to be where it gets more complicated. So obviously I mentioned how I have to check a unit for its unit triggers, its unit like tag triggers, its skill triggers, and its dice triggers, right? Like the hit tag could be on a unit. In addition to that, actually, another thing on top of the statuses, a hit tag could be on a status. There could be a status where every time you hit, it does something different. Is there an example of this in Limbus Company? I know like Sync Association, Targeting Mark is just like a base power +1 natural. I'm trying to think. There's definitely ones where it's like every time you hit, something happens, right? Those type of statuses are going to be more complicated. It goes into this whole concept of checking what tags a unit has. Yep, thank you. Looking forward to it indeed myself. So it comes down to this idea of having to check who has this particular tag and checking everyone who can have that tag and when it needs to apply. So this is where this concept of a hit check that we currently roll up in like 2 seconds, and I will have to expand read hit tag because this read hit tag will also apply to the unit and will also apply to every status in the unit. And this is where I'm probably going to have a tag manager where a unit has a set of tags that it can trigger and a source of what those tags will trigger onto. And when you gain a status, the status will automatically add to that dictionary so that it's a lot more, it's easier to reference this dictionary of tags, and you can just go to this dictionary, go to the key of the hit tag, and then see which statuses it links to, right? It will have an array of links, and then we'll just be able to jump to those instead of going through every single status in a iteration process to see if it has a tag. That's a very slow system. There can be issues with this in terms of how your statuses get into that dictionary and the call order, which could cause issues. But that's, I don't think, a big issue because you're actually updating this and removing entries as statuses are added and removed. So it should mostly follow your sequence of adding things to the unit rather than something arbitrary. So I'm not particularly worried about that. But that is going to be a big leap forward making that functionality, because by that point you can implement almost any status in the game, right? We have the roll advantage function. You can code a status that runs the roll advantage function before roll. Now before roll is an idea of, like, say, this roll command, you can override it. And I'm going to go on a bit of a tangent here because I think this is a good topic of how statuses are going to work out and why they're going to be very complicated to implement, because they're basically just a constantly active effect on a unit that adds a whole dimension of, and passives are grouped into this too. I kind of consider passives as a status you can never remove, and a status that is never displayed on your status tray, right? I think Nimbus library is Ruina, how you have the status tray underneath the health and stagger bow. You would not have that status display. These passives are somewhere else, but they're kind of functionally the same as statuses, just that they can never be removed. They are inherent to your character. And for passives and statuses together, right, you can take something like the roll command, override it, and make it so the roll command, before it actually rolls, runs a check, right? It checks for this tag called the before roll tag. And then you can have something like the paralysis status, and you can code your own paralysis status. I'll be making one in the next couple of weeks, where before roll, it takes this tag and it says, oh, we're about to roll. I need to respond and return some value to let it know that it must min roll. And then maybe this also then goes into, maybe you have poise, right? Poise in Stars of the City does this thing where you can choose to spend poise to max roll. So then you get this thing of like, hey, do you want to max roll by spending poise? And then I can say, okay, roll command, please max roll. But now it has a min roll command and a max roll command. And that is where you get the concept of paralysis and poise actually canceling each other out in the Stars of the City system. So that's how you develop this more complex topic here. And if you want to see that in written detail, right, in Stars of the City TTRPG, you can look down here in the statuses list, and you'll see paralysis and poise. If poise is spent on this dice, cancel the effect of both statuses and roll the die as normal. So that's kind of where we get into this idea of, paralysis and poise, and how we begin to make a system that handles all these niche cases. So, of course, right now we have a hard-coded hit tag reader, but in the future I'm going to make a very abstract global tag reader that will be able to go through the steps necessary, right? In this case, the hit tag is very minimal. And this will also go into the idea of, and this is a good thing to write down, right, is the idea of you have a unit, right? You have a unit, it runs a skill, and it runs a die, and if you ever run the hit tag, right, if this hit tag ever gets run, it doesn't need to run off the dice. The dice doesn't have to tell the hit command to run. What can happen is the hit command is run abstractly during the processing of the die, but not specifically by the die itself, if that makes sense, because it can also be triggered by some other sequence. Like maybe you have some, maybe you have a ego gift that makes you run the hit command. Random ideas. Obviously, for the concept of a hit command, this is a bit weird, but this is important when it comes to the exhaust command, because the exhaust tag in Stars of the City can be run through non-exhaust measures. So having a unexpected way, an unexpected handler is important. So the hit tag would then be able to check all of these details, right? And the unit itself does have statuses. I'm glad I'm actually making sense. Thank you. Makes sense. That's crazy. I actually said something comprehensible. Impossible. I never knew I was capable of it. So units go and die here. It will be able to run that. And this can occur for anything else, right? If I have Clash Win, right, Clash Win over here, it will also do this exact same thing, and so on and so forth, right? So that's kind of where this comes in. And I'll probably actually post this in my tonight's blog post, whatever. So what was I gonna do? Right. What I wanted to show off was a loop command where I can actually use the loop command to do something, right? Now I can do something very weird here, right? Like this offense does, I can make it so on hit it loops a command called scene start. You might have heard of it. I can do something like that, right? I can well actually I have to first give the loop command I have to give it 2 args. I have to give it the range 2 with the arg 10 maybe, and then we can then do scene start, because why not? And then we can do why not, just because we can then do deal stagger, and then we can deal stagger based on the value of roll, and maybe it's a roll of 1d6. So let's see if this actually works, right? So this is where we now get into more complex hit commands. So again, this does go into Planus Rolecall and things I've done in the past. Hold on. So obviously this goes into the concept of like my other system when I was making these much more intensive functions for my combat. Now, obviously we haven't gotten to this level of complexity yet, but the fact that we can now handle this level of complexity via this system is kind of the goal. And it's pretty cool. So, this should now be working. We can go back over here. I probably shouldn't be doing this in test session 0. I should probably be doing it in my other thing, but it's okay. So now if I execute skill A1, E1, and I do, say, knife, and you can see, oh, it didn't actually loop. Might have done something wrong there, but you can see it did actually do the, it did a 1d6 here and it rolled a 1, but you see it did change the scene once. So let me actually fix something real quick. I think I did my loop sequence wrong. So looping has, oh yeah, that's why it should be running that, I believe. Because the second arg is an array of all commands that you are running. Just like so. And if you go here, and I type in that same exact command, you'll see that it creates a brand new scene and then deals a random value of 1 to 6 stagger damage. So here it did 3, here it did 6, here it did 6 again, and then they ran out of stagger. So, something funny there. Actually, we can make it so they can heal all damage, right? So then we can, of course, do something like subtract. And one value is our roll command. And then we can subtract from it the value 3. So it becomes a value from -3 to 3. I believe it is just, the command name is just sub. Let's see. Yep, sub. That JSON's, yes. It can do that. Unfortunately, the nesting thing is a big issue. This is again why I would like to make a block-based system, a block-based visual way of coding this language. Again, that's a future thing I'm doing. And to that is, let's see here. What was I going to show? I have shown the more compressed way of typing the JSON code, because it is kind of an issue of how expanded this is. And I kind of showed, like, I could write it in a more condensed manner that looks more code-like, right? And it reads more like, you know, typical code, right? args here, and then our sequence could be considered like just anything. It's just more arbitrary data. But like set variable and its roll 1 is then equal to rolling get var power default value 0, get var base default value 0 as the args for the roll command. This can be a bit tough to read too, just because of the amount of formatting characters. Oh, and do your messages, like, do your messages normally auto-translate? Because I was like, hold on, I'm like, I'm assuming that's like Portuguese or something. I'm like, I do not understand that language. I'm sorry. I know like very minimal Spanish from the American school system. But not enough to have a conversation, especially on... You're good. I was just... Very funny. Yeah, you're fine. That just took me by surprise. I've never worked with XML ever, so I've actually never really seen much XML stuff. JSON I'm familiar with just because like a lot of web apps I've used have used JSON for various data storage, right? I know Beatbox, you can store, back when I used that, just messed around with it. It's a web app that like makes like 8-bit music. That one, you can store your song data as a JSON. Scratch is all JSON code. If you go into, so this is a funny thing. If you take any random Scratch project, right? You can take any random Scratch project. You can make a copy of it, rename it to a .zip, and then you can extract that zip. And then when you extract that zip, you'll actually see all of the asset data here. But somewhere here, you see project JSON. It actually all runs off of a JSON file, and it's not, I don't know why it's not formatting here, but you get the point. Giant JSON with all of the data. So I'm just familiar with JSON just because everything I've used, a lot of things I've used throughout my life, just random apps I've used for fun hobby projects, has used this particular data storage system. So I'm just familiar with it. I've heard of XML. I know it exists. I've just never taken a peek at it. Yeah. Scratch is such an interesting language, just because of the way they made it, the way they made this block-based language. It's an interesting thing, and it's kind of something I'm going to probably replicate in some form when I eventually make the language visualizer for this stuff. But yeah, as I said, there is a kind of mental idea I have for like a kind of like a more compressed JSON syntax that is friendly to my system. It's just that sometimes typing in this live can be a bit hard. I don't know, I'm just not used to it yet. I have to get used to it. This is a very new project to me. I'm still learning a lot. Okay. So, if I go to here, and I go here, I should be able to make a new zip file here. And this should work. Execute skill A1 on E1. And this should then be able to then do the knife attack. Oh. Did something break? Let's see, did something break? Did I break something? Huh. Huh. Are we okay here? Interesting, yeah. I've never dabbled in rim mode before, but that's cool. Yeah, it is really just a convenience thing. Did I mess something up here? This is the loop function. I'll arrange our data here. Start seeing deal stagger by the value of subtract. Roll 3. Huh. Interesting. Why is that not very nice? Is it just that? Did I break something there? Let's see. If I go to rolling game zip and I do I mean, that works. I mean, that does work. Execute skill A1E1. It should be fine. Obviously, those commands don't exist. If I do, oh, I must have typed something wrong. I'm guessing that's what happened. I don't actually have a reporter for if I typed something wrong. There we go. So now you can see. And you can actually see, so fun thing about Godot, I've mentioned this many times, Godot decides that it will represent all numbers in your JSON as floats. But this subtract function actually uses ints. Now, Godot can, even though I'm giving it ints, it still it still tries to push it back to a float at first. Until I reach the 0 value where 0 is a hard set as an int, and then you can see when I heal by 2, it ends up staying as an int. I didn't cast them to ints before I turned them into strings on this command, but that's besides the point. You can see here that it's like, okay, it does 4. So you can see, okay, so here it's lands those 3 hits, and then on this final hit you can see it's then running this deal stagger, subtracting roll 1d6 minus 3. So this is like -1 is 1 heal, +1, 1 damage, +1, +2, 0, +3, and then -2. So it seems to be working pretty nicely. So this is the hit command here, and that's pretty good. So now we can make clash commands. And for now, we're going to do something kind of similar. I can actually probably make it a more abstract command call, but for now, it's just going to be for dice, because I don't actually know... oopsie, there's something that I accidentally added. So I can just do a call tag command, and I can just make it a bit more generalized. But we're not going to be applying it to other units just yet. That's going to be a long-run process. Nice! Read a tag. Let's just read a random tag. And for now, actually, yeah, right now it's taking die dictionary, so that's kind of a thing. Yeah, let's just call this read die tag, because there's gonna be some other dice tag like check and stuff that we're gonna work on. Yes, so we'll just make this a bit more generally worded. And then we can do the tag is a string. So this is just going to be the hit command. Right? And then this is just read die tag. And moving on from there, we can now find that when we get this clash win thing here, after we find out our priority switch, we can then check, firstly, if, let's see, the result value, so we need to make sure the D1 result or D2 result, right? Let me think. So, I actually don't have variables for attack result, defend result. Well, actually, as long as clash lose is just based on a single value. So yeah, okay, I know how to deal with this. So if and I think I can probably ternary in here. Let's see if that works. I'm gonna check if the result is equal to 1, where 1 is our clash win. right? That's the enum here that I never use, but you know, it's there. I think I can technically use Clash Win here, just to make it more readable for once in my life. For once in my life, my code will be semi-readable. We're gonna get to this eventually. This should be Clash Win. So if either D1 result, if priority switch, else D2 result. This is a bit of sloppy code, but the essential point is the attacking result, if that is the winner, or the defending result, is equal to Clash Win, which is 1. Then we run the dice, the die tag on it. Well, I guess in this instance, attack dice and attack die, attack unit, defend unit actually already calculates this. So as long as either D1 or D2 is equal to Clash Win, but I'll just use this. It doesn't actually matter. Maybe a bit less readable, but if D2 or D1, well, I guess if one side Clash wins, the other side is Clash losing, so I can then do the Clash lose, and that's going to be the defend dice, defend unit, and then the attack unit is going to be the target of that. So this gets into the concept of Clash lose, which I don't think there's actually Clash loses in here. There are Clash wins, so going on here, actions, if I go to Recursor, for instance, there are Clash win effects, right? There are some Clash win effects. There aren't actually any Clash lose effects as of yet, but I have made them before, so it's not like it's a brand new thing. Let's see here. If you look at my enemy bases, you'll see what is the Clash lose effects, right? So Clash lose, gain 2 protection to resolve. When I get the statuses, we're obviously going to be implementing that. I will probably actually implement these enemies at some point as well, because these enemies are pretty simplistic in that they have very simple kits, but they're complex in that they have very unique passives. So when we get the passives, they will be something I'm going to be working on as a kind of showcase. So this is the amalgamation. This is the bigger guy. Amalgamite is what most of this is. I haven't fully finished this guy yet. The Clash use for these amalgamites, the smallest form of these, which, if you're curious, by the way, this is actually an X-Core one-shot. So it's based on X-Core lore that hasn't been written by Project Moon itself, so I'm just kind of doing whatever. The idea here is that, so if you don't know much about X-Core in Project Moon, Super Alloy Microwave is mentioned in, I believe, SotCIE Ishmael's Uptide story. It's essentially a, oh no, my thing died. Please return. Please tell me my stream isn't dead. Is it back? Hoping it's back. Okay, it is back. I'm always scared every single time my stream decides it wants to not function. Anyways, continuing on my story. If you know anything, well, not my story, but you know, Super Alloy Microwave. If you have not read SotCIE Ishmael Uptide story, I believe it's from there. Essentially, in X-Core is kind of like the mining corporation of Project Moon universe. He's alive, woo! It's kind of like the mining district of Project Moon universe, and part of that is like some of the things they mine up is like already finished products for whatever reason. It's an interesting thing. I'm really, as a Tremor Glazer, I'm really waiting for more X-Core lore, because I know that there's gonna be some good Tremor Charge units in X-Core. I can just feel it. Like, X-Core units feel so Tremor Charge coded that I'm waiting for it. I'm so waiting for it. I actually, if you've never heard of the ID maker for Limbus, there's an ID Limbus and a Limbus ID maker. I actually tried to make an X-Core unit. I never finished it though, but I kind of want to go back to it. Although I started it back in like 2024, so that was back when Limbus kits were way simpler before what we have now with like Nurse Fathers. But you know, the idea here is that like those super ally microwaves can be like other monsters, can turn into like a monstrous form, because there are monsters in the X-Core mines. That's like why there's Via Associating got contracted. That's why Via Schmill Update story exists. So that's kind of what this goes into. So that was kind of my idea. There's like amalgamites are the weakest ones, amalgamatrons and amalgamations are some of the stronger ones. And that's kind of what the one-shot, X4 one-shot's going to be. So I really hope to be able to post about that soon. It's going to depend on my players. So yeah, that's a kind of a cool thing though. So these guys do have some clash lose conditions, not clash win conditions, check conditions. I haven't done check conditions just yet because it does change a couple of things. Check conditions come before you actually roll the dice. So that would be as soon as I get my data, before I even roll the dice, I have to do the check. Now this does get into the concept of when I roll the dice, I do have to add additional data in here. And that's going to be something we're going to get into. Cool. Thank you. Yeah. So at this point, this replacer should pretty much work. Like you'll see real quick, if I do execute skill A1 E1 and I do relay replacer 1 on empty, you'll see that it only does the tremor because it didn't clash win. But if it goes against, say, Hooligan Knife 1, right? It won every single time, and you can see inflicting burn +1, inflicting tremor +3, inflicting burn +1, tremor +3, burn +1, tremor +3. And you can see that it does work very, very well. Yeah. So that's a pretty cool thing right there. Moving on from that, of course, will be the fact that, okay, so most panel IDs incomplete are when the X-Core IDs walk in. So true. So true. Dude, every time I talk about... so my friends know I'm a Tremor Glazer. They know I am John Tremor in the friend group. And every single time I'm like, hey, Tremor units, Tremor Charge X-Core, they're like, hey, well, Roast Panel exists. And I'm like, please. Season 2 2-stars. I remember when Roast Panel Rodian was like actually kind of decent, mostly because of having Pursuance Ego and having the one Ambling Pearl Ego, Efflorescent Corrosion. Back in the day, like she kind of existed, and like when T-Core Rodian existed, that's when I started playing. It was around T-Core, like right before T-Core released was when I started playing Limbus. So when T-Core came out, I was like, oh my goodness, I'm going to become a Tremor main now because there's so much Tremor content, right? Yeah, I think I started around the Butler Faust and Edgar Gregor banner. So, kind of like very early on in Season 4. But, yeah. So pretty much what happened, like, it's kind of funny how, like, T-Core Rodian, I used her a bit in the early days, but like Roseman Rodian never really gets used these days at all. I think I've messed around with it like once or twice just out of curiosity and like, 10 more variants of Tremor, yeah. I mean, like, come on, 10 more variants of Tremor is so peak, is so awesome. I love my Tremor variants. Yeah. So, okay. Clash Win does seem to work now. Obviously, inflictions don't work yet. And of course, check effects are going to be kind of the last thing. So this is when we get into things like +1 power, -1 power. I have to think for a second. Let me slurp up some water first. Essentially, what I think is going to happen, right, is when we do this dice data stuff, it doesn't actually create a copy of the dice data at the moment. But what I think I'm going to do is that this dice data, I'm gonna actually create copies of it. And what will actually happen is when I have a check, right, a check that does something like final die has +2 power, final die has +1 power, right? Stuff like that. In those instances, I think I would actually manually make it so the dice changes in power, right? So when we talk about this, so final die is a bit of a different thing, right? So here you can see something like final die has +2 power. What does this mean? Final die has +2 power means, okay, this dice has +2 power, and brain is not thinking. This is an on skill effect, so now we have to interact with the overall skill, which isn't really possible in this context because the skill is in a scope that isn't accessible from here. However, I can easily make a, say, temp variable at a lower, so I can actually start making like temp variables where, for example, when I execute skill, I can say, okay, here is this temp variable that says, if you want to access stuff within the scope of the skill, this is the stack depth where you can do so. And then something like this, I can make kind of a reference, right? A reference where, maybe in a reference array, where I have these extra data points of like, hey, increase final die by +2 power when you get the chance, right? And then when we get to that final die, you can say, oh, hey, look, there is this tag in this reference that I'm supposed to check to make sure everything is okay. And it says final die has +2 power. When that happens, you know, final die, which is in this case just the very next one, gets a +2 power. Woo, look at that. So that's kind of the concept behind all of that, right? And yeah, so that's essentially what is going on over there. Brain is kind of slowing down now that we got the early development successes. I now have to actually use my brain a bit more. So I think what's important here is when I do these create dice array things, I'm going to actually do a duplicate deep. And why I do this is so I can actually edit the data, right? So when I create, oh, not here yet, right? These are creating the dice array, so I don't want to do that. I want to do it in execute dash duplicate deep. And then, before I roll, I actually will run the check, right? I will run read dice tag, which is going to be check for D1 data. And then attack unit, I'll just make it U1. At this point, it doesn't really matter too much, but you know. I think I can make it so check deal, if I'm clashing someone, deal 2 damage to them, and it will run that. So check and then D2 for U2 against U1, right? So what is this check tag supposed to do? Check tag is essentially able to make alterations to my data, and that's kind of why I'm giving it this D1 data, D2 data, but the duplicate deep. So I don't actually affect the original data in the file tree, right? This is actually important. I have not been employing this much, but temporary data modifications is important. So what do we do with this? We can make something like an increase power command, right? So let's make an increase power command. And over here, right after status inflict, we can make a function change power. Right, and we'll eventually do a change size command, but it's going to be just a die, it's going to be a dictionary, and then that's essentially it. Although I also want to have a target caster, and then the target. Right, status inflict doesn't actually keep the caster in here, but you know, for change power, actually I don't really need it here. It's like, as long as the condition is met, and the change power command is going to run, so I don't have to worry about that. Also, I don't need the pass thing here. Actually, I will later when I remove this code. So when it comes to change power on the die command, right, we're gonna make little thing here where I go data tree dot new from the die data, and then I can do also change. Actually, I do need the amount, right? Amount is gonna be an int. So in here I can go data tree dot new die, and I can go set, and I can set the path, right? The path is going to be for this particular dice is just going to be the base value, right? The base value here, 4. And I can then path set. Although power should technically be its own thing, because like if I had something that said I doubled the base, I'd have to watch out for that. But yeah. So I just go for this thing, and I go path is just going to be base, because I'm already within the context of the die object here. And with that, I can then deset base to the value of the add of data tree. Well, actually, I should probably do, let's see. I should make first the variable die data is equal to data tree. Can I actually have a change thing within it? I have deset and stuff, but you know. So I can just do die data dot deset base based on the addition of what? Die data, and the amount. Just like that. So I can do a change power command. Now, where does this become a useful? Let's say I have something. Let's say I have the parry command, right? This parry block is only rolling a 1d6. What happens if I wanted it to have a plus 10? Maybe based on how much burn it had, but we don't have burn yet. Or maybe every 10 missing HP, we can then do, you know, something there. Actually, let's do that. Hold on. So I can do a cool piece of code here, which is, I can get the unit data, right? I can get the unit data of the self. Let's see. I can do unit list. I can do a prop graph for unit list. So if you want to know what I mean by this, right? Let me show you. So this block dice. Let's do something pretty cool here. We can do a check. We can do a check command, right? The check tag. And what is the check tag going to do? Well, the check tag is going to first say, okay, let's get this unit data here. Let's find the specific unit. I think I can actually get unit data via a command. There's actually a get unit data command here. And it actually returns, it returns for whatever reason the dictionary. Do I ever use get unit data ever? I don't think I do. No, I don't. So I can, instead of making it return the dictionary, I can make it return the data tree. This is just way better. Okay. Just so I can work with the data tree instead. So I can go here, and I can go, and I can say, okay, let's check something real quick. Let's first set var, and we can set a variable called, although check actually already has the self unit. Oh yeah, actually no, yeah. So I can do set variable unit to okay, that's gonna be something else I'm gonna deal with. I just thought of something and I realized the complication. But I'm not gonna deal with that just yet. You're gonna see what I'm gonna write right now, and then I'll explain the problem after I write it out. So I can set the variable unit to the value of the command result of get unit data and it has the arg of unit string, and that unit string is going to be another value, which is going to be the get var for the value of target. Oh, right. I should be dot target, right? It would be dot target. No, it's in the scope of check. So target is the correct scope, so I can do the value of target, right? And once we set this variable, we are good. We have set this variable to this target value. And then we can do an object ref. So we have this thing, and now we can do an object call. So let's do this is a thing here. We do this. We can now do what is called an object call. And it's going to be for the object. So I didn't really need to set the variable, but I just wanted to, just to demonstrate. The object is going to be the value of get var. And what is the var we're going to get? We're going to get the var called unit. Now, what moves on after this? We then need to refer to the method, right? So this is a data tree method. We can now do the method called dget, and we can dget, and we can just give it the args as a continual array. So actually, I just need to give the method string, right? Dget, and then the method args here, we can get the value of attributes slash max health, and then from there, we can have a default value of 0. Now, what do we actually do with this object call? What we're going to do is we're actually going to do a, in this, because remember this is a check function, we can do a change power command. So let's do a change power. Now, the die dictionary I'm going to have to deal with in a moment. So this is going to be at the end of the args. So I'm going to real quick do that. But essentially it's going to be changed by the value of the object call based on the max health. What I'm essentially trying to do here is, first of all, I'm going to make the die dictionary become a arg that is already an optional arg, so because I realized I don't really have a good way of getting that die value into the args, which is why when it comes to this over here, all the args of our save data here needs to be resolved. All of our read dice tag dictionary entries here do need to get added. So not just caster and target, but also die data. There we go. So that was a bit cumbersome explanation, but essentially what I'm trying to do here, right, if you can't see it already, is I'm taking the die data and I'm actually mutating it. In SotCIE, typically, die data is something which is actually utilized. The check tag in SotCIE is typically used to assess when we are trying to edit some data about our dice, right? It's checking, is this thing true? If so, do this with the dice. And yeah, so essentially that's what's going on over here. And okay, let me think for a second. So essentially what's going to happen now, right, is in this execute skill issue, brain actually is kind of breaking down. I was doing so good the first hour. Why is my brain already starting to fire? We have many more hours of coding to go. So when it comes to this change power command, right? Essentially, what we're doing is just going to be giving the die value based on this default arg, such that we can always refer to this die value when we need to mutate it, which is what the check tag is typically for. So die data is something so much. When we get to this change power command, much in the same vein of if target is empty, we just set our variable to the get var. We can, in this case, do if die is empty, and then the die can instead be equal to the get var of our die data. I think die data in this case is actually a data tree, is it? Oops, I got a message from something. I don't know why I keep on getting random emails I don't need to listen to. Not particularly helpful emails. Let's see here. So, when it comes to execute clash, and we talk about read die tag here. This die value is actually just a dictionary, although, yeah, it is just a dictionary. It doesn't turn into a data tree just yet. Not everything has been converted into this data tree system as at the moment. So object call and, no, not object call. Down here, when we get to all of these functions, change power is basically going to say, get this default value based on die, which is the die data here. So I don't actually need to specify what die data I'm using. It's just going to be retrieved from whichever die I'm managing. Now in this case, I could always reference that I know that I am in Hooligan Parry 1/dice, but that would mutate the global base file of this dice, not the local single instance, which would be a very bad thing if we edited it permanently. We'd have to unedit it after it resolves, which is a lot more effort than you might think, because what happens if there's some interrupt instance, or what if some other attribute, if multiplier comes into play, and then we don't have a way to easily work backwards, where there could be multiple solutions that we need to find which one's correct. It's overall a very bad thing, so that's why we are doing it in this manner, where there's a default command to a optional arg, which when not provided will instead spit out, hey, it's going to be probably this dice value based on who called this data. Now in the future, this is going to be, again, when we go into the skill GIMP tutorial, where the unit and skill and die are currently running and are stored as the currently active system, and we can refer to the currently active system as needed. So that's the situation there. So, moving on from that, back to the JSON code, you can see that we are changing the power based on our max health. Now you might notice that that's a bit of a interesting phenomenon. Now you'll see what this actually means in a moment. You can probably guess what it means, but I'll actually show something cool here as well. That is a bit problematic, and that is set var unit to the get unit data of get var target. Now what is the actual issue here? Well, theoretically speaking, I shouldn't really have an issue with, I shouldn't actually be having some instance where I have to call get var target. This should be inferable. But it is not in this case. Get unit data doesn't have a default tag, so we have to get the var target, knowing that that is one of our default variables. But what if we ever want to name a variable target? It would override the original target. So I'm thinking about having immutable target. Previously that was like the slash self or like slash target, but we can't really do that because that's how we denote our file tree progression, so that would be very bad unless you want to save globals, which we could, but could also bring up other issues. So I might do something like a asterisk target to say this is, it makes it look like a C pointer, but that's not my goal here. It's like, hey, this is a mandatory, a built-in system thing that you should respect and not mutate at all. It's like a read-only tag. Actually, yeah, it's kind of just like a read-only tag is kind of my goal here. And maybe there's a better symbol for that, but That's kind of an idea I had. I'm just reinventing the wheel 50 times over doing this whole thing, aren't I? So, moving on from that, we can now compress this once again, as we always do. I hope that I'm sounding too. I hope I'm not. I hope compared to normal, my voice doesn't sound too drained. Because I am noticing that, like, man, I'm still a bit worn out from all the moving. I think my brain is starting to operate. My brain is having a bit of a low battery and it's starting to running dry. I'm like, hey, man, I gotta keep pushing though. I gotta keep pushing. So if I do hooligan, what was it? Parry. Oh, something broke. The invalid type of function add. Cannot convert. Oh. I'm adding die data. Oh, I'm adding. I have to do dot d get. I have to get the value of base with the default value 0. That was my bad. I should also probably data type save it, but actually I probably should, but I'm not going to deal with that just yet. Point being is that when I do this, you'll see that it has a plus 40. Or maybe not plus 40. It's always rolling at 37, 41. Seems to be the highest. Ooh, 41 seems to be the highest. Maybe it's because they have 35 max health. Now, unopposed, I don't think... Oh wait, no, this is just because this is unopposed and this one does damage, yeah. So you can see, I think Hooligan, oh no, who is it? A1 has 35 max HP. Let me see. This unit. Oh, I think it's going off of the target, not the self. It should be caster, yeah. So I made a mistake there. I meant to do based on the max health of self, which would be caster. Now, you'll see that it's actually just adding this high base power. What I was trying to do was I was trying to do something like missing health, right? So so the more missing health I have, the more power I get. Yeah. So this is kind of just some more abstract stuff that I'm just kind of I'm not trying to like buy time for myself. I'm more just trying to show off a lot of cool things I can do with the system that I will be using in the future. The next thing, of course, is statuses, which I can probably start implementing now, but obviously, I mean, what else do I have to do? Conditions are kind of going well right now. Obviously, I think the natural progression is passes and statuses, which I guess I'll probably start looking at those actually next to now. And what else is there to do? I mean, obviously, queries and such are important, but statuses need to be assembled before I do queries, because queries are kind of based on statuses. They usually come from statuses. So that's not on the high end of my topic at the moment, but something we're going to get to shortly. Okay. So continuing here, let's do some more coding. Actually, I made functions, right? So, again, going back to some stuff I was showing earlier with my roleplay game, right? My Planus Rolecall PLC game. You might notice something from there that might be a bit interesting, right? Which was, say this lunge attack, for instance, right? See this lunge attack? You might notice something a bit interesting about it. Let's look at it. What do I see here? I see this for every. What could for every be? Now, what is actually for every? So for every is a command which takes a variable, and for every interval of it, it adds 1, it returns 1, and it increases further and further until between this range of min and max. So I can actually make a function for this. Now I could code it in this GD script. Very easy to do. It's just it's not a modulo command. It's a divide command. A divide with a floor. But it'd be very fun to show it off. Yeah. without that. I mean, this is just int division, right? So we can just use a div and then get a result from there. I actually don't have a int caster in this. Again, that's going to be when we make global scope, which I don't think I'm going to do today, but that's going to be a day 13 or day 14 maybe issue. Right before we do get everything packaged up for our first executable, which isn't going to be perfect. You're going to have a hard time using it, I imagine. There's a lot to be done still. But the goal is that I think on week 3, which is going to be probably about 2 weeks from now, right? Because every week is about 2 weeks of actual development time. Or maybe more like a week and a half. But anyways. By the time we get to day 20 or so, I should hopefully have an actual functional system. We're doing pretty good right now. I mean, we're at about 45 hours of dev time. And we have a lot to show for it, actually. Like, it's been pretty good lately. And I'm hoping that you're as interested as I am. A lot of cool stuff going on. A lot of cool things getting developed. Yeah. So, moving on from there, we can now talk about making this for every loop. Let's make it. So, when I go into here, and I go into my functions, you'll see I only have the roll advantage command. This is the original roll advantage command before I actually finished it, the shell prototype. If I go into the rolling game, you'll see some other functions that actually work. So we're going to be using this roll function as a base. Actually, I should probably be using not session 0. I keep on editing this and I shouldn't be editing it, but it's okay. Let's have fun, you know? So let's take this roll command and let's rename it. Let's rename it to something else. Let's rename it to this for every command. And for every has a couple args, as we all know. It first has the variable, whatever value we're trying to for every, the interval, which is going to be what we divide by, the min and the max. Now, I don't think there's actually a min and max command built in. That's a global scope thing. So I have to actually fix that global scope issue, and so it might actually be a tomorrow issue. Tomorrow might be a global scope thing, because there is an issue of not having min and max. I can easily make them though, so we can probably just do that for now, but we're going to have to change it very soon. So function min and then there's a max. Which I can also make a clamp command out of, or even just from these, make a clamp command out of. You can make one yourself through these loading blocks. But we need to make this for every loop, so these 4 attributes, these are the 4 args. So first is the amount, then the interval, and then the min, and the max. So this is all the code for the rolling dice thing. A bit more extravagant than the actual dice roller, but you know, still proves it sets a point. Alright, so here is our sequence. And now let's work on this sequence. Woo! So, starting off. Man, I feel so tired for some reason, I don't know why. I hope the other fan doesn't make anything too long. I'm gonna use the other fan to keep myself awake. That shouldn't be too bad. I don't know why I'm feeling like EP. Probably just. I mean, I also got like 6 hours, 6 or 7, 6 or 7 hours of sleep. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I think actually I did get about 7 hours of sleep. I went to bed around like 10, 11. Yeah. Not really a smart idea, but what can you do sometimes, you know? Life just makes you sleep early. Sleep late, wake up early. Anyway, sequence. Our first thing that we want to do in this interval command is going to be divide, right? So we can actually just do a set var command for x, where x is going to be equal to a command, which is going to be the divide command. And the divide command is going to be taking the value of the amount, right? So we can get var. Actually, hold on. Is that how we do args again? Let me make sure I'm doing args correctly. And it is just get var power, yeah. So we can just do get var, and then we can get the variable amount, otherwise 0. I do need to make defaults in my in these JSON commands too, but yeah, we got into that yet. And then we divide this value by our interval. No case I though. And then once we get this var value, we can then do a we're going to get the minimum of the maximum here, and we're just going to return that. Yippee! So we can then do a minimum of our maximum and our current value. So we can just get the value of x. Actually, for the first one, let's get var x, and then our second value is going to be get var maximum. Oh, actually, we can take it between the maximum. Oh, this is supposed to be get var. But this second value is going to actually be, so it's going to be get var x, which is going to be our amount over the interval. But actually, it's going to be the concept of the maximum, right? Because we're clamping it, we have to do our max bound and our min bound. Oh, here it's not this. I don't know why I did min here. So you get var. So here it's going to be max, and the maximum between the minimum value, whichever is higher between the minimum and our resultant value, and then otherwise the minimum between our resultant value and the maximum. This is a completed clamp system. Look at that. And then, of course, it should return that, which it will do automatically at the end. You don't have to specify return specifically. It will do that automatically. So that's our for every command. And now we can make it so here, when it does our change power by the objective call here, based on our max health, we can do something a bit better. Now, when I do this object call here for unit, get var unit, I can instead just do it based off of unit data here. So this whole thing here I can change. Just to make things a bit easier, you know? And then what we can instead do is we can just take this set var here and replace the get var with that. Just like that. And I don't need this whole code block. The reason I'm doing this is because the actual power value is going to be a bit different. Instead of being the value of attributes max health, instead of changing the power by max health here, we're going to first take this object called max health and then divide it by a certain fraction, although it's going to be max health minus current health over the current health. Trying to think how this is going to work. So what we're going to do here is changing the power by the object call. Instead of doing an object call eventually, what we're going to have to end up doing is we're going to do a for every call. For every. And it's going to be for every, the amount is going to be, for now we do it off of the max health just to show that everything is working. For every max health, and it's going to be for every max health based on an interval of 15. The minimum is going to be 0, and then the maximum should be 4, maybe. Right? And this would be on Ruina if I want to, but it doesn't have to. So, this should now be working, and we can work on it and see how this plays out. So I rolled an 8, a 7, a 9, a 10. Seems 10 is the highest. What was the base roll of it? A 1d6 for Billy Colperino, who has 60 HP, it can get plus forward. So that makes sense. And then if I do it for the other person, right? Oh, I got a 10 roller. There we go. And then we can do it the other way around. And D1 has a max roll. Okay. Not 6, but 9? Yes. Oh, that was the other way around. Oh, E1 also has 10, but E1 only has 35 HP, right? Oh. Yeah, only 35 health, so every 15 should only be going up to plus 2. So why was that happening? Still rolling a 10. Let's make sure it didn't actually edit the skill. It's still a 1d6, so why is it getting plus forward? It should be based on the caster. Let's do an add log. Add log, and we're going to add log the value of a get var for the caster, just to see if there's something else going on here. Maybe not before this occurs is the best, but you know. Always good to use this as something to troubleshoot. Something is better than nothing. Oh. Whoa, hold on. I did knife on accident. That's why I meant to do parry. My brain is not working. I can see it's rolling at 9. It does know it's E1. We're trying to get the attributes max health, so... Maybe if I do another add log. For my resulting add log value is going to be the object call here. Let's see if that fixes it, or at least gives me a diagnosis of it, of the issue. Execute skill, A1, E1. Okay, 60 HP on A1, that makes sense. E1 should only have 35. Yep, it only has 35. The alchemist's going up to 10 still. It's still going up by plus 4. That's not correct now, is it? It's for every... And for every command does seem to work, is it not? I mean, it's going up to the maximum of 4, I think. But it's a division, right? It's dividing the value amount by the interval. That doesn't seem right. Something's wrong here. Also, wow, 123 views. I did hear that YouTube made a change where view counting is different. So I'm wondering if I'm getting artificially inflated by that. That'd be pretty crazy if that many people are actually tuning in, which I doubt, given that that been working just a couple seconds. But nothing against you guys, though. You guys are awesome. Yeah, I don't know how long I can keep coding for. I don't know why I'm like unusually tired right now. I am like so unusually sleepy. It does not make sense. I'm very sorry about that. I'm just tired for no particular reason. I do not know the explanation. Probably just moving a late night and very late, very slow amount of sleep, unfortunately. But that's just kind of how it goes. What else is there to do? Dividing the amount by the interval. That should work. It's integer division, so at best you're gonna get a 0, and then it's gonna be the min. It's gonna be about, I can get a 3, right? This is a 1d6, right? So this is max value being a 10 means I'm getting 4, right? So I need to check what I'm actually spitting out here. So I need to add log. Let's get the amount and the interval. Though add log can't take multi-log. It's not smart enough for that. It's not complex. We can also do an add log for the overall resources dictionary. There's so many commands in here, man. This one's even worse. You can do pop call. The property is going to be references. Oh, you just do get. Oh, actually, yeah, I just want to get all the references. Let's see if this works, and I should be able to diagnose things a bit better based on this data. This is important to figure out, because ironing out my logic is very important here. Oh. Like something at 9:59. Oh yeah, this wasn't added. Maybe that was causing it. No, I don't think so. This is newly added code. So I can then finally hopefully have this fixed. Execute skill A1 and E1. The amount is 60, the interval is 15, the min is 0, and the max is 3. Oh, max is 4. And now for every x value, it becomes 45. Wait, 45? Hold up, that's something weird. Why is the max? I thought it was 4. Oh, it's 4, but even still, it's 60 over 15 becomes 4. Okay, that makes sense. X value is equal to the amount over the interval. I do not want animation player. Please go away. If I switch it though, let's see what happens if I switch it. 35 over 15, x is now 20. Oh wait, what? Is that subtraction? This is division though, right? Is this not division? This is div. Is div not divide? Oh, div isn't even dividing. Oh my goodness, no wonder it didn't work. Okay, don't mind me being dumb. Don't mind me being dumb. So there we go. Now you can see here that it is able to compute that data and add a +2. Actually, make sure I can actually have a highest value there, which would be 8 + 2. And I should be able to do it for Villa Coperino now, where you can get up to +4 and roll a 10. But obviously it's a bit more RNG. But you get the point. Does seem to be working. So every 15 max HP, the dice roll gets higher. Now I can do some other cool stuff here, like for example, max health minus current health. So for every 15 missing health, I get +1 roll. That would be kind of funny, wouldn't it not? So let's actually try that out now. So instead of doing the object call right away, we can do something else, right? We can do, for example, a subtract, where our first value of subtract is going to be this object call for the max health, and then the second is going to be the current health. So for every missing health, it goes up a bit, and then we do the interval for every 10 missing health, it goes up by 1. Just some random ideas. Or maybe we can make it go up for every 5 it goes down, it goes up by 1. So now if I disp skill A1 and E1, and E1 is using, and A1 is using maybe say relay, Capresa 1, and E1 is using the parry. You'll see at first glance, disp skill, oh, they're not disp skill, this is execute skill. You can see at first, why is it going unopposed? Oh, hold on 1 second. Oh, why is that going unopposed? Hold on, give me a moment. Let me fix this, let me reclaim my ability to get anything done. Oh, was there an issue with it? 980. No, there was 980 on here. Yeah. 980 on here, 980 on Godot. If I do this. Now you can see it is still not working. Oh, okay, I have to recompress it, of course. Why would it not? Why would it work if I didn't compress it again? Of course, silly mistakes by me. You can see here, it's like a 1d6, right? No missing health. And if I run it again, you can see now there was 27 missing health, which went just 5. Or maximum 5. Wait, what's this 5 from? You can see the 6. It had an interval of another value. Oh! Hello, welcome back! Eyes peeking. I'm currently testing out some other cool things. So here was plus 5, but they still rolled a 6. Okay. I don't know where this 5 is from here. I think this is just is it just arcs? I don't know what it is. Yeah, this is energy division. Please do not ignore. It's like, oh no, not the energy division. It's like, boo-hoo. Boo-hoo, I like energy division. What was I looking for? Oh yeah. So this comes down to an issue of where is it? Change power? Do I print anything here? It doesn't seem so. Do I print anything on mix and min? No. So where am I printing stuff from? Add log. It's just add logs. Oh, this is the max health thing. I don't need that anymore. I can move every add log but the main print just so I can see it. Okay, so you want to see an add log for the X value. Get var, and we're going to get the variable X, default value 0. And that should be pretty cool. Let's see if this works, and then we can move on to a new section of the project. So now if I do this execute skill A1 E1 and I do again carry 1, first thing is empty. Nope, non-existent dictionary constructor. Oh, I didn't like my dictionary. Why would that be the case? Was there an issue? 929. I always keep forgetting my comments. It's not warning me on them for some reason. It's so weird. I assume that the syntax will get very angry that my JSONs are very obviously incorrectly formatted, but I guess it just doesn't care. So now if I do knife attack, I should do knife attack. Okay, so just so I have a good reference. So at first this rolls a 5. Then it rolls a 5 plus 5 because it has only 10 HP. It's missing 25 HP. So you can see it then rolls a 9, which would be originally impossible if I do this skill. Carry 1. So you can see that even though it's a 1d6, it is now able to roll higher because of that power buff. So power buffs are now working. So for an understanding of how far we've gotten so far, if I go here, and go to combat, you can actually see all of the different tags. We have done check, clash, win, clash, slash, lose, hit, and crit. Now, crit is a pretty annoying one. So, first of all, it says some crit effects may modify hit effects, in which case they are combined. Which is just, I don't know if there's a good example of this. I haven't seen it yet. I might look for one off stream because I haven't found it yet. But The main purpose of what I'm talking about here is an issue of, yeah, crits should be going after hits, but for some reason, in some cases, they're supposed to go before. So I'm not too sure what to do there. Let's switch up the music a bit, why not? I could do the Mantra Carnival, but that'd be kind of weird. Put on some Arknight's music again, because Arknight's music is pretty cool. Now when it comes to skill use tags, this is going to be another issue that we're going to get to later. So Kill and Stagger, we haven't even made Kill and Stagger, that's going to make a week 3 issue. There's still a lot to be done to get that to function, and I'm just not ready for that. So we're going to have to get to that later. We also have an issue with, say, Eminence and stuff is going to be a pretty difficult one. Because Eminence is supposed to be whenever there's a situation where Eminence can become activated, it will. And I don't know, let's see, let me look at the Eminence cases here, just so we have an idea what we have to work with. Right? So for example, okay, so Eminence is an ongoing tag. Eminence, whenever you would gain an emotion point from clash, an ally of your choice gains them instead. That is a very big pain in the code. Now what this actually is it's actually a passive. It's just a passive. It's basically just a function. It's just a unique function. Eminence is just a function. Double the bonus gain from strength, that's also a function. So anytime you're attacking, it's like, hey, let's check the tag on that and then do something else. There's actually a hidden tag here that's not one of the base tags. Eminence is one of the most annoying things to code because it's really hard to find a position of where to work off of it. It doesn't give you a straightforward tagging system for it. Eminence, if you were to become staggered while using the skill, instead delay that stagger until the skill ends. That's another passive effect that we have to work with. So on and so forth, right? So continuing down the Eminence list, right? Use your opposing skills to special syncing, reduce power of all dice on the opposing skill by 1. Actually, by the way, this is pretty crazy too. Like it's like free feeble and some. It's pretty crazy. Eminence bleed has no effect on you or your target and cannot be reduced. That's pretty crazy. But like, yeah, there's so many of these instances, right? See, like Eminence defensive dice on the opposing skill use 1 power for every 10 treble in the target. That's like -3. It's like 3 disarm. That's actually insane. That's a rank 1, by the way. That's like a 3 disarm rank 1. Tremor in I don't know. Like by the way, fun fact. Just recently, I learned that they actually removed cheating from this. So cheating was a module where you would spend a rank 2 to get a rank 3 module, but at the cost of having a limit 3 on your skill. So every battle you can only use it 3 times. But apparently everyone loved using that, and they got rid of it completely. They didn't even nerf it, they just removed it. So that was very sad, because I have like a really cool character that's built around it. With the good old 1d10 plus 4. Well, it is just Repressor. It is just, if I do this skill, relay Repressor 1, this skill used cheating to get the extra 1d10. But unfortunately, they removed it now, so this is technically an illegal unit. Which is very sad. But yeah, that's kind of the situation there. So continuing on from that. Woo! Let's see here. Oh, my internet's kind of being buggy again. Very unfortunately. Such is the way of my internet. The tale all this time is that my computer just does not accept the internet for some reason, it feels like. But what can I do about it? I don't know. So anyways, we're looking really good. I think I can probably start statuses today. You guys want to see some status development? Because now I can right now I'm just printing out, hey, I'm inflicting this status, but we're not doing anything with it. So that's of course when this stuff gets into play. Actually, an issue here, right, is actually I want to see, does Tremor Burst get flagged? Because obviously Tremor Burst is its own issue, right? I see A1 on E1, and if I do relay, is it Spizada 1? No, what's it called? Unit search A1 actions. Is that not? Is this the search command broken? Hold on. Okay. Oh, but there's no. Wait, am I in the wrong? Wait, am I in the wrong program? I might be. I was in rolling game, I think. Or does that not exist? Am I on the wrong... What am I doing? Let me look at my actions. Oh, it's Lancia, not Lancia. So if I do this... It does inflict tremor -2. Oh, because the tremor... But wait, hold on. Hold up. Lancia here does 1 untrapped win, 1 flash win, and on hit stats inflict tremor burst. But it actually doesn't show this, so I think that's because it doesn't know what to do there. So I should probably make the default status inflict values 1, so that I can work around that. Yeah, amount is supposed to by default equal 1. So if I do that now, it still doesn't know what to do about the tremor burst infliction. Interesting. Interesting. I wonder why that is. I mean, tremor burst is right here. It's still status inflict command. Oh, it's because they're not properly separated here. It doesn't actually know what to do here. I don't even know how it worked at all in the first place, because these are supposed to be separate commands. I don't know why it was working at all. I'm shocked that it even worked. That should have broke. And it might be something to do with how sequence runs. Oh, and now it's not even... Oh, okay, I didn't recompile, right. Every single time it's going to recompile my code. Let me go. Let me go. There we go. Now I can see 15 tremor burst, and then tremor -2. But obviously if you don't have tremor at all, then nothing really happens there, but that's going to be automatically maintained. So if E1 does something like, if I do parry, oh, it does still have the +1 power. And then they tied. Wow. Oh, Vehicle Plano is losing. It's the 1 tremor rejection, and here, ooh, look at that. 1 tremor burst, and -2 tremor. I'll share that too. I'll throw that on the share board. Even though it's kind of not a good piece of data to clean off of, anything off of. So, I'm gonna have to fix all of this issue because I made a bunch of slop code that I have to now fix, but you get the point. The power increase. The +1 power increase. You can see even though they're at 26 HP, which is -9, it doesn't take it +2 because it's every 5, not rounding. So, as it continues, right, it eventually becomes like a +5, where it's like a 11 roll. But then if I do it on Villa Corporino, right, that's always very fun because if I do this a couple times, eventually he has minus 50 HP, which is +10, where he's now rolling a 13. So you can kind of see how that works. And you can see the tremor burn infliction here. Anytime they don't win clash, there's no burn infliction. But yeah, it does seem to be working pretty well. But essentially, right, what's gonna have to happen with like power and stuff? Yeah, there's just a lot of like coding things that I don't know how to handle, but stuff like Final Die gets +2 powers on when it comes to in skill, and then that's just a simple check of, hey, if this skill has the same as the idea of size of the array -1, then if this variable exists inside of our saved cache with references, then add +2 to the power. I know how to make it work, so I can actually probably code it up pretty well. Anything raw based is pretty much codable now. It's just whether it's efficiently codable, right? Because there's a lot of issues of like large arithmetic sheets just to get things done, which is kind of sucky, but you get the point. So where do we lead to now? Obviously, statuses is going to be the next road on this list. Trying to think of what else. Man, I know there's a lot of things to do, but what is most important? The concept of conditionals. I don't want to get into, well, I mean, I guess all the other conditionals kind of bend around the concept of statuses and passives, and man, I am like so tired for some reason. I don't know why. Like, it's probably just because it's the first time I've been streaming in a couple days. I'm not really used to it. I don't know. I might end early because I've had a couple streams that have gone over lately, but you know, that's just kind of how it goes. Things are very sluggish, you know, something like that. Let me think. But yeah, actually I noticed, by the way, fun fact, a lot of people watch the Day 11 stream VOD, which I found like really shocking. I was like, I didn't know people would actually be watching that ever. I was like, dang, I didn't know people were into that. So I do want to make some short form and long form content. So if you guys have like things you want to watch from me, that's not just coding, like feel free to leave recommendations. I'm kind of just making whatever as I go, and then just kind of living the life, you know. I have college to get through, so this is just kind of like a side hobby to have some fun and just code some games and all that. But yeah, things like that. Trying to get my head back in order, trying to straighten my brain out so I can actually code properly and not make dumb decisions. But that's just kind of how coding goes sometimes. Sometimes you do not know what you are doing ever. Anyways, I find it so weird that sometimes like Discord opens like weird. Like you can kind of like you can almost see like a tiny frame of my Discord. It's like I don't know why it does that. It's really annoying, but weird observations I made. Let's see here. What am I to do next? Yeah, I think it's just statuses at this point. So this is when we get into statuses, right? Let's change up the music. So, what is a status, right? Let's talk about statuses. So we've made a couple of them already. I don't know if Test 0 has them. I think they do, yeah. So obviously stuff like Tremor Burst and stuff, deal stagger based on the status of Tremor. Remove the status, Tremor and all that. So all this status control stuff is going to be the next chapter of what we're working on. So this is going to be the fun meat and potatoes. Let's see here. So every unit, you might notice, has a statuses dictionary. Passives will eventually go in here too, but we're not going to worry about passives for a while. That's only going to start getting done when passives like statuses are really well cemented. I think tomorrow will be more conditional stuff in regard to getting the players to have passives, passive effects and such. Passives, feats, abilities, anything else that can be used. And essentially, right, what happens is with the status stuff is you will be adding a status into the dictionary, right? We're going to be going with something like, for example, the one status will be the status protection. And it just has a key in our statuses list, and it has its data, right? A data array, or maybe a data dictionary. Probably a data dictionary, just don't have to worry about like space and stuff. And within that, you can have something like anything else, right? Probably would have some data on the file, right? The file is going to be, for instance, in this case, statuses / protection. So I have an easy access to the status that I'm looking for. Moving on from there would, of course, then be some other topics. That's going to be things like, brain's having a think right now. Brain is thinking. Stuff like the file, right? Obviously something like the count or the stack, right? The stack, how much stacks it has. Maybe we have 10 protection for some odd reason. And then beyond the stack, maybe we have some other conditions, right? Maybe max stack should be managed by the file and such, but you know, any other metadata that needs to be here, maybe how many times it's been triggered. Maybe if we want to discriminate next scene and stuff. So this is another thing too. Complex data stack can be distributed into this scene amount, which is gonna be 10, and then maybe a next scene amount, which is 0. Now what happens is that this scene, well, at the end of the scene, it's like, okay, what happens to protection? All of it goes away, and then next scene it gets added to this scene. And then that's how it works, right? That's the complex data for stack. That's going to be interpreted as needed if it is provided. If it's something like aggro where it gets halved, and maybe next scene at 3, and the 3 gets added here, 8, this gets at 0, something like that. Complex data is going to be a big part of our system here. But what really is the main issue with this? Like this. Hold on. Just have to notice something real quick. Me when I get so many text messages and calls and random garbage I don't want to respond to. Anyways. When it comes to everything here, this complex data is a iffy thing of if I want to pursue it, because obviously I could just have statuses have 2 different keys, which is the this scene the stack, and then the next scene stack, which is probably better because not everything has a next scene stack, and having this interpretation of complex data is nice. Complex data is more for when you have a data value, like maybe the stack has some alteration where there's this like secondary contributor that can be included as the full value. But next stack and this, no one's checking if this scene and next scene are a sum or some value, right? Meanwhile, something like your slash damage resistance, where it's a value of like, hey, the base of this thing is 0, and then we have protection is 10. In that case, it's kind of important because your data is, in all other cases, just a single primitive, but there are other contributors that can come and go. Like the next scene and this scene thing can come and go, but it doesn't need to be the single stack value, right? They are two independent stacks that do not actually have any control over one another until you get into an end scene situation. So compensating here isn't necessary. What's going to end up happening is you have the stack key, which is in this case 8, and then you have the next stack. The next stack, which is basically whenever you're, which is basically next scene's stack addition. And if that's like 10, then it will replace it because it gets cleared to 0 first. And if it only happens if it has a next stack. If there is no next stack key, it does not worry about that. It will just continue operations as needed. And inflictions typically go to the stack, and if it's next scene, then it goes to the next stack. Now that might be something like another variable, like a boolean for inflict status, where it's like, hey, do you want to inflict it next scene? Now if there's something where it's like inflict it 2 scenes from now, I might actually make it an int, right? To be like, how many scenes from now do you want to inflict it? But that's a difficult one. Maybe the next stack can instead be an array, and that complex data can be interpreted differently by homebrew and such, but in the base kit, in the base system of Stars of the City, that does not exist, so I'm not going to worry about it. But this is essentially all status is. It's just a file where there's all the information of what it can do, and then the stack and any other attributes. Obviously, there's going to be display flags, right? It's going to make a no display flag, which will be true for all passives. Well, you don't have to worry about it, and then from there you can assemble other data. That's essentially how it's going to work. And that's kind of what we're going to work with. So statuses are a very simple system. We can just add and remove them as easy as that. It's just important that we maintain this file structure, and when a stack gets to 0 or some other minimum value, right, the minimum value condition, the removal condition is going to be typically 0. Right. Now, unless otherwise specified, the removal condition is 0. Now, this gets into functions and such, where I will have a function that is removal condition, and if there's no removal condition flag in a status, then it will be at 0. So this is when we can start making our code more adaptable, which is going to be very fun. And yeah, I guess we can just work on statuses now. Make sure statuses work. Now, will statuses trigger at this moment? I'm not too sure, because that's going to be a whole other complicated bag. But essentially, a status is just a function. It's just a function, right? Everything is a function in this thing. Everything functions as it functions. So if I go to status and I go to say burn, right? Burn. When the end scene flag occurs to deal damage, and then set statuses. So these flags are going to be under the conditions bracket. That is, for example, in hooligan conditions, and I can have an end scene because of burn, right? So essentially what would happen here is in conditions I would have a thing which is called burn, end scene condition. And who is the source of end scene condition? Oh, in this case, it's just protection. Protection has an end scene condition, so when end scene occurs, I check every unit and I see this condition. When a unit is using a skill, I would put that skill on here, and then maybe also link it to the temporary data point of that skill data. So I can edit the temporary data of the skill. Things such as that are very, very important to notice. And it might lead to some data adjustments where I maybe go more object-oriented for skills and dice. But that is to be seen if I want to pursue that path. So we're not going to worry about that at the current moment. But yeah. Pretty good stuff there. And this random Velcro I'm messing with. I still haven't like fully cleaned my room yet. That I just moved into. There's still a bit of moving mess that I have to deal with. You know, life just does that to you. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident about this. Brain still doesn't want to think for itself for whatever reason, but you know, I'm getting there. I'm still getting adapted. But anyways, statuses! Let's implement them! So, another thing too is always being able to check whenever you mutate a status or edit a status, being able to check its condition of removal. That's the whole thing. Typically it's based on stack. But, yeah. To be seen how I'm going to handle that. Well, I'll probably just have external commands and say, hey, remove the status when this thing occurs, rather than the status removing itself when that thing occurs. Because that can be rather convoluted in how often you have to make that check, when you have to make that check. And that's not particularly something I enjoy. There's people outside. Me when people are outside the room. Why must they do this to me? But yeah. So yeah. I should stop beating you on the bush and actually code things. Alright. It is dice time. Not dice time, what am I saying? Oh, by the way, there's still called function min, function max, but they do work. I don't know if I can actually virtually call these min and max functions, because they are global scope. But I'm redefining them under the same tag, so I guess it doesn't mind that I do that, even though for some reason some methods where I do this, it does throw a fit. But that's just a random interesting thing, you know? I guess I can't read the docs of it now because of that. Like here. Because yeah, I don't know if you can do a call V on these or any other call function, but that's just how it is, I guess. Alright, so let us continue now, right? So around here I have all this deal stagger status inflict, so I can now inflict, so this is the actual status inflict thing. Let us actually inflict a status. I'm just changing some music now around, just for the fun of it. Yeah, you don't want to do this one? Let's use our brains and think. Oh, this one's cool. I'll put this one on a couple times. I use this for a burn fight in my Planus Rolecall. A burn side content, which is kind of funny. Reminding me of that. But you know, always good to have those memories. Woo! Bam, 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 bam. Alright, so let's begin. So with status infliction, if the target is empty, then the target is just is inferred as this. Did I want to add a separate value to this? I think I did. No, the true false value. I already forgot about it. I didn't write it down, so I already forgot what that was. Oh, it was if it's the next turn, right? So next scene is false. If it is true, then it gets added as a next scene thing. But yeah. So, this is how we're gonna do it. We're gonna go to the target, and the target, we're gonna get target data is going to be equal to unit unit list dot and then we're gonna get the target It's not enemy attribute check. Why? A data set. Oh, okay, I didn't do raw. That's why I got angry. I'm dumb. Oh, I can just get unit data, right? Isn't there just like get unit data now? I just never used the get unit data, and I should. But it also handles this case. If target data is null, and we just return. And then, after that, what else are we going to do? Now that we have the target data, we can now edit it. So now we can go, and we can do target data dot set, and we're going to go to the path of statuses slash plus the status name, and we're going to set it to the value of nothing at the moment. It's going to be an empty dictionary. Oh yeah, actually what we should do is we should set it. We should probably do a change thing, but yeah. An instantiate command, but I'll deal with that later. I don't know, do I need that? It might be useful. Hold on, let's actually make that. Let's make an instantiate command. This goes into what dget is, path. I should probably put this by dset. But it is just dset again. It's dset but more, kind of like how safeget is dget but more. It's basically like safe set in a way. Because I was wondering, why do I not have like a safe alternative for dset? Well, this is what it is. It's instantiate, which you get the path, and then the value, and variant. And all you do is you just say, okay, if the path, if the get path if the get path well, I guess I instantiate it as the value of the type. So dot type or type of I'll do type safe true. So this is actually another thing. So type safe true. So if type safe, then we check for if dset, if we use dget path is null, or if we do type of, if we do the type of dget path is not equal to type of value, then we return null. I mean, typically we return the original value, right, with dset. Otherwise, well, actually, if it is wrong, right? If it's wrong, then what we have to do is we have to do. So if it is, right, if the value, if the typing is matched, then we just return the path value. Otherwise, we are to do old, actually just do old data to get path. If old data is equal to this, is not equal to the value, right, then what we have to do, right, is we have to then edit. We then have to do a deset the path with our value. That's all it is. And then and else, if it's not a type safe thing, then what we do is we check if or data. Well, actually, I guess if type safe. Oh wait, no, I should do type check. So I should do variable type check. Am I doing this wrong? So if it's not type safe, we just have to make sure that the type of the old data is not null. That's all it is. As long as the type of the data is not null. If the type of the data is null, then we do. Versus if the type of the data is shared, then we don't. I can't really use that logic. I have to make it kind of like a separate logic thing here. I don't know if there's a better way to compress this code. If old data is null, and then no matter what happens, we're just going to return the old data, which is what we would get from the dset anyways. Right? If all data equals null, then that means that this would have occurred anyways, type safe. So I think, hold on, let me make sure my logic is correct. If type safe is true, and and these are the same, and these are mismatched, then it will set. If type safe is true and they are the same, then these will set. So if these are combined, then they cannot be the same, because all data would not be null. Because our value is never null. If it is, then sure, we can set it. So I think it's probably safe to say if these are both the case. Right? I mean, you could like combine this into one giant logic strip. I could just do that, but you know, it's functionally the same. Just breaks up a tiny bit. I'm very, very bad at breaking out my code normally, so since it's already broken up, I might as well leave it like this instead of making it worse and making it more compact for whatever for brownie points of nothingness. But anyways, we can then return the old data after we instantiate it. So when we have a status that already exists, if we do type safe true, then the should already be a dictionary. So we will go and we'll say, okay, it's type safe. Is the type a mismatch? The answer is no. We're trying to put in a value of an empty dictionary, which is still a dictionary. So we're not setting it. Otherwise, if the old data is null, but that's not the case, so we're fine, and then we just return the old data. And then, going back here, we can just do target data.instantiate. And we're going to instantiate this bracket thing with this, and we already know it's going to be type safe. Look at that. That's pretty cool. I want to actually save this instantiate command, because this is actually a pretty cool command I just made. Cool little function over here. You can see you can have dset for comparison. It's like a more complex dset. Basically safe set, as there's a dget and a safe get. This is basically safe set, but I call it instantiate because that's kind of what it is. You're instantiating this file path and putting in this value type, which is the object type. If it's not an object, then it becomes an object. And you just write whatever data was there before. And then yeah. Now the interesting thing is the status is by name here. It doesn't exactly have a path, but here of course the status is / tremor. So yeah, I don't know if I'm ever gonna make it so you can actually have a full. I'm like using the other screen, but I know like, you can't even see that because you only can see my main screen. But essentially, right, if I edit something here, right, if I have like another folder inside statuses, that's a different file path. That becomes kind of complicated, so I don't know what we're going to do about that. I have ideas there, but that's a different topic. You kind of need to do a specific file path. You can't really have like, it will be an issue when there's like hundreds of statuses here, but I can't really do much about that at the moment. I can't think of any way to fix that at the moment. But point being, I'm kind of like vaguely wishy-washy in what I'm trying to say here. Something. This is functional. I don't actually have the path technically. The path is actually just status / status, like kind of like the same as here, but technically different because it's like a different statuses. Like if the unit ever gets a different statuses tag instead of being called statuses / that's kind of an important distinction to make. But you know, so then I can go and I can do var status data is going to be equal to datatree.new based on the dictionary of target data dot dget the path. I should just call this var status path. Yeah, I think because it's the same, I'm just gonna make it the same. Even though I probably shouldn't do this, I'm just gonna do it. This is the status path. Let me dget our status path here. Otherwise empty. So now we can use our status data. So let's use our status data for something cool. Oh yeah, I should also check if file tree dot dget our path is going to be based on the status path. Return. Now, moving on from that, we're going to have a, let's see here, variable status, datatree.new, target data, dget status path, and moving on from that, what else is there to talk about here? Status data is going to be, oh yeah, we have to edit it now, so we can now do status data, oopsies, dot reset, and we can set the path of file to the status path. Then we can then do the status data dot deset, and it's either going to be the stack, if not next scene, else it will be next stack, is then this going to be based on the amount. So technically you can inflict tremor burst next turn, and then when the next turn starts, it's just going to make me scene start tremor burst infliction, which is kind of funny. You can inflict tremor bursts, but you know, that's a different topic, but you know, that's just kind of how it goes. Anyways, that's essentially everything. That's just what it is. Oh, also, we also run the tag. We run a tag. we run the tag. If I go back here, we're gonna read, well, here it's just read dice tag. So we're gonna have to eventually make it more generalized in reading dice tag, because that's not useful. But I think actually we can probably generalize that in a moment. For now, it's not gonna be able to trigger tremor bursts yet, but we will get to that soon. But it can actually inflict statuses, which is pretty cool. Now I noticed unit search wasn't seeming to work, which is kind of interesting. I mean, we're just returning whatever the subpath is in our data set. That should be fine. I don't see why it's causing an issue per se, but I don't know. Let's see here. Let me try something. So if I do unit search, right, it's unit search A1. Okay, it does seem to work. I don't know why it wasn't working before. It must have been whatever I was searching. So if I do A1 search statuses, right, that does seem to work. Now if I do execute skill A1 E1, and then A1 does nothing, and E1 does hooligan knife 1, it doesn't seem to really be... Does it actually inflict bleed anymore? Or it's just pretend like it does something? I don't know. Hold on. There does seem to be 1 stack of burn. So, in the midst of all of that, 1 stack of burn was applied. I don't know why it was only... Oh, I didn't add stacks. I'm not adding stacks, that's true. I'm not adding stacks. But okay. Looking pretty good right now. Small fix. In stats, exactly, would do deset. We would do deinstantiate it. Oh, wait, we have to kind of edit it and change it. So var stack name is going to either equal this or this, right? So this is our stack name. This is the name of our stack. And what we're going to do is we're going to deset this off of status data.dget stack name, or the value 0 plus the amount. So, going back to this, what happens here, we can then do a unit search A1 statuses, and it should be empty. And if I do a execute scale A1 and E1, where E1 uses hooligan, oh, a knife is not working right now. Let's do a different thing. It's probably kind of the issue of like editing stuff. So if I do unit search E1 statuses, you'll see it's empty. And if I do execute scale A1 and E1, where A1 is using delay, press 1, and E1 is using nothing. Then if I search E1, you can see that they have 9 tremor. 3 tremor per hit. Look at that. So that is pretty cool. 3 tremor infliction. And you can see where the path for tremor is, if ever needed. So it can be easily referenced. Now, of course, another thing that needs to be maintained here is all the tags that it has. So tag fetching is now next as well. Essentially what's going to happen is when we go into the tremor data, right, we're going to go and look here, and we're going to look at all keys. We're going to go here into conditions and look at all keys of conditions. So if we look at something like bleed, the bleed has 2 conditions: used, offense, and end scene. Both of these conditions are important, right? Use offense is every time you use an offense dice, it has to run this script. That's very important, to deal damage and change stat. Change stack is basically just for the given status. It's inferred for status. It's kind of like a miniature function, then there's a different thing. A more condensed way of doing the inflict status command. It's basically inflict status by -1 for the same status. So we'll see about how that plays out. Stuff that might happen tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow, but Monday. I don't know. Maybe I'll do a one of these streams on Monday. On Saturday. Might be cool. We'll see. I'm not too sure if I will. But what else is there? Everything has been going pretty well. I'm pretty happy with how we've been doing so far. Thank you for everyone who's been watching. We're not done yet, though. I'm gonna keep going, but wow. Today's actually been not the most eventful, but also pretty eventful, because these are some pretty big strides we're making. So, when it comes to statuses, our next thing is, of course, now going to be getting our conditions here. So let's do that. So in our functions, when we go to status inflict, we can go into here, and we can just do something very simple here, which is going to be adding all of our conditions. So, we are now going to do for k in well, we have to go to the original file tree data. So file tree, and we know it exists because we've seen it up here. File tree.dget status path plus / conditions. So now we can go to the conditions category. Oh, we also have to make sure that we don't exceed max stack, but that's another thing in a moment. Okay, so here, what's going to happen is for k in filetree.dget status path plus conditions, and our default value would then just be an empty thing here. What we are going to do is for each of these conditions, or we're going to go dget, or these dot keys, or should I do a safe get? We are just going to do a very simple, we're just going to add a keys thing here. So what we're also going to have to do here is we're going to do status data dot d. We're going to have to instantiate our conditions list here, just so we have easy access to it. And in here, we're just going to have an empty array. And then we're just going to say if status data dot dget, we're just going to use safe get. The path is going to be our plus conditions, status path, and then status stat condition. It's going to be based on status path plus slash conditions here. So if we save get this for type array dot contains k, if this isn't the case, then, very simply, we're just going to oh yeah, I should probably actually just make a variable called stats data conditions, which is going to be equal to stats data dot say get this for type array. And then we go here for stats data conditions. And then we can very simply just take this and take that array, and it should actually be an array type. We should be able to confirm this is an array type. Is it not dot has? Is it dot has? Okay. There we go. So that's just our condition add now. It makes sure we have every single condition. Using safe get just to ensure that everything is all good. And then if I just do the same thing I did last time, which is let's see. Unit search E1. And oh, whoopsies. Unit search E1 and statuses. Then we do execute skill A1 E1, where A1 is using relay repressor 1, and maybe E1 is using hooligan knife 1, and then you can see, because I also just clash when we can then do unit search E1 statuses, and you can see the burn and the tremor. Burn has one condition, which is NC. Tremor doesn't have any conditions because it's just tremor. Tremor innately doesn't do anything, unfortunately enough. But yeah, that does work. And you can see we did stagger them because we rolled 9, 6, and 9. Gosh, I love this skill. I can't believe they had to nerf cheating because look at how strong this is. 35 HP to 11, 20 stagger to none, instant stagger, didn't even tremor burst, 9 tremors still on there, 3 burns still on there. Like, that's a two-turn hooligan murder, which is very funny. But yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm enjoying that. This one. So yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty awesome stuff over there. And now we can continue to move forward. So, statuses seem to be now inflictable, right? Obviously, we can't really do much with them yet, but that's something that will be worked on over time. Now, another thing too is, of course, adding these conditions to the unit. Right, that's another thing too, is adding these conditions to the unit. I mean, I could, but it's also, yeah, because it's like, I have to look at the unit's conditions and then go to NC and then see who is the attributor for that. For statuses, it's not that hard. When I go to conditions here, I go see NC, and I know I already have the file here where I can actually read up what that does. So that's not a big deal. I don't need to duplicate that data. That's kind of unnecessary. You just kind of route it around. You already know where it's going to go. I think if I sometimes already wonder, like I'm already wondering, if I did this system again, what would I change? It's not a big deal, but I sometimes wonder if I should have like file path indicators, kind of like pointers and type of like something like that, like some sort of pointer like system, because sometimes I wonder if that would make my coding job easier. Like obviously pointers can be a bit messy to work with, but once you get like the gist of that, and then you can implement that in kind of a system where you're more managing you don't have to like play the game of inference and stuff. I don't know. I sometimes wonder, but then you have to store the pointers, so maybe not. I think I'm overall very good with how I designed this. Also, how are we almost at 199 total views on the stream? Somehow we actually hit like 6 concurrent views at one point, which is kind of shocking. Like I'm like actually surprised that many people tuned in today. I was kind of sleepy through half the streams. I'm really sorry about that, but I'm really glad for those who are tuning in. Like I'm like, wow, I did not expect that ever. Like, I mean, I'm hoping to ramp it up more and grow more and more, but like, it's like still pretty cool to see that happen. 200 viewers total. Although I did see that they changed how YouTube counts views, so I think it's more lenient to propping up your view count. So not gonna say anything too crazy about that. I'm just like, wow, that's interesting. Although my last stream got 10 views somehow, which I'm just like, what? Why? Why did it do that? Why did it do that? But anyways, I thought that was kind of funny. But yeah, I mean, like, the biggest thing though is like, I'm gonna continue doing this streaming for months on end for this project alone. I mean, when this project ends, I'm gonna pick up a new project, and you're gonna see that project. That one's gonna be probably hopefully crazier than this one. This one's just mostly math. It's very boring to look at. The next one's gonna be more visual. I hope that the next coding project I do will be far more entertaining for you guys. Like, it's gonna be more visual. It's gonna be more combat related. It's gonna be more intense. It's gonna be actually very Scratcher Hunter based. So watch Scratcher Hunter play Scratcher Hunter and like get a good idea of how it goes. Scratcher Hunter is cool. But yeah, this is looking pretty good. Obviously, hooking up the conditions to the player is an important thing, right? Engaging and disengaging that data is kind of something I'm going to have to work on. I don't have an idea for how I'm going to run that just yet. Like, I don't want to already create a protocol for that. I want to wait for me to get a bit more time to, like, think. How do I want to do this? But at the moment, right, we're almost at 496 lines of code on the functions list. Very good. So, obviously what can now be useful is then checking how much status a unit has. Of course, I don't need to make a get status command, right? I can get status if I want to. I can make a command like that. But the funny thing is I have all the building blocks to make most things. You can probably code a lot of things right now with JSON code. This will be a bit tedious. Because for instance, in the unit list, you can get a unit, right? You can get the unit data, and in the unit data, you can just go to the path of status and then check how many stacks of that status you have. Yeah, that's pretty cool, right? So yeah, I think overall the conditions thing, today's stream topic, I do need to change something. I do need to make a big fix for us to be able to move forward with what is next on the chopping block of my task list. So after execute this, obviously we have this read dice tag. We need to make something more universal. Just a read condition or read tag or execute condition tag. An execute condition tag function, right? Execute condition where the tag is a string, and then the die, and then we just have, we need to have like a unit set, a key value pair set of all of our data, right? So this is going to be, and every single thing, like read die tag, read do hit tag, will automatically kind of run these things, but, this is going to be called the metadata, and it's a dictionary. By default, it's an empty dictionary. So what is about execute condition? Execute condition is an extension of read dice tag. Well, what we're doing from here is we're expanding this out, we're shoving this out, and what we're trying to do here is we're trying to take this dice tag system and we're trying to expand it to all execute conditions, right? Start scene, end scene. Use offense dice, use defense dice. We need to make these signals work. Executing the condition is a simple matter of being able to say, hey, let's check on this thing, let's see what's going on here, blah blah blah. Right? And the biggest thing is interrupts, right? I don't really have a good way to do interrupts as of yet, but that's another issue of like how interrupting in like a turn-based game works. It's a very, very complicated project. Oh, I just realized something I was supposed to do. I can probably do it after this stream. I'm like, oh wait, I just realized something I'm supposed to do. And then the 4-hour mark anyways, typically, so we're gonna keep going. I could probably actually end it early, but I want to get this tag system done. I want to kind of think, right? I want to kind of take a moment to stop coding and just kind of explain my thoughts, right? Explain what I'm trying to accomplish here, what I want to, what my vision is here, right? What is my vision, right? So let's think. So execute conditions, tag, string, metadata. What we're trying to do here is like anything, like a used offense dice. Without using offense dice, I want to run the tag used offense, right? That's something that's kind of useful to run. When I run the used offense tag, what needs to happen is I need to be able to then call and check everything for what happens when a offense dice is used, right? So it's important to also check the source, to store the source of our data. Like, we need to store like the source of our command execution. Whenever we run this function, we need to store this function source and then play off of that. So when it comes to used offense, right? Another unit. Well, actually, another thing is like some units shouldn't get the used offense tag, right? Maybe a homebrew wants to make a thing where it's like every time a unit uses an offense dice, this happens. But I think that is better done as like a status tracker, where every time you use an offense, when a player gets the used offense dice, it inflicts a status to a counter, a hidden counter unit, that then does some other reaction, right? Reaction type stuff is very difficult to maintain. Not something I'm really worried about at the moment. But overall, what I'm trying to explain here is, let's think about it. In this situation, right, in a used offense dice situation, I really only care about the unit that's using the offense, right? We can talk about further extrapolation later, but that extrapolation can be done off of the unit after it's gained this data, right? So, I think most tags are going to be localized to a unit. Some are not, right? For example, NScene is across all units, but for each instance of NScene, it is localized to the unit in a progression manner. So what happens when you run execute condition? Now, should it be bound by a unit? Maybe that's something we need to do. We need to execute a condition towards a unit. That is, I think, the first thing we need to do, right? Read die tag is, in itself, attributed to the attack unit, right? But that is an inferred thing of a situation where there's an obvious caster and target reaction pair. The sending receiving pair, or in this case, caster and receiver, is a path that is pretty important to understand. So what are we actually trying to do here, right? What we're trying to do here is essentially execute condition. For used offense, I'm going to go and say I'm going to use offense condition poke A1. I'm going to use the term poke. I'm going to poke A1 for this condition. A1 is going to take this condition and it is going to see and check down its laundry list of its conditions. It's going to say, okay, conditions dictionary, right? We know the conditions dictionary is a thing, right? We've seen the conditions dictionary. It's over here, empty at the moment, but we will be filling that up. Conditions dictionary. Let's see what we can do with this. Also, I should probably remove all of this extra data that's in here. Although I can actually, I'm going to leave this because theoretically speaking, you can have a pre-added data, right? Obviously, this is a status that I can't really use for anything, but you know, we'll talk about that later. We'll deal with this later. This is kind of funny. So, overall, though, when I run this condition, it's going to go to the unit. Yes, so the unit is a hooligan. They're going to say, okay, let's look at your conditions dictionary. I see a key, the tag, used offense. Let's look at the array of files it can attribute to, and you always append to the end of it, and then you knock out as things are gone. Let's go in sequence of that. what is the first thing in that sequence? Ooh, bleed. Where is bleed stored? It is stored in A1's data, in A1 slash statuses slash bleed. Okay. So this unit has bleed on it, and this is a thing where I actually don't have a solution to this right now. I'm trying to think what the best way to handle this is. When I have a status on a unit, and I reference it, there isn't a solid reference tab to who it goes to. So maybe statuses on units should have an attributor marker in addition to the file, an attributor marker to make what the status is, who it's on. So when I remotely access it, I can do some additional manipulation. Now there's something that be said about like who inflicted it, but since multiple people would add to a stack, that's not so simple. So the case in point here is the idea that this status here, this thing that we're trying to work with, it's not exactly something simple for us to go along with, right? It's not something that we can easily play around with. My brain is kind of in a deep fry trying to explain all of this, but the main idea here, right, is that the unit has to go through its laundry list of conditions to then check this condition and then propagate through this list. That list can include, of course, the die that triggered it, so other stuff there, right? So this is now going to go into something where we have a bit more data management, a lot more data sanitation management, where we now, every time we use a skill on a unit or a die on a unit, we have to add and remove that from the unit's information box, so that when something does arrive in parallel, we're able to react with it. Now, at least we don't have to do too much about a parallel run, right? Like, we don't have to worry about kind of like a process loop per se, because everything is sequential. Now, of course, there are some other issues with the sequential stuff, right? The idea of things getting cancelled can be pretty interesting. How I'm going to handle that is to be seen. Of course, we are taking a very, very diverse game, a very, very complex game, and and that has a lot of agency and a lot of counterplay, and trying to put it into a directly straightforward system that does not function the best, right? Like, if you have a card game on a card game video game, like some TCG type of game, TCG online game, you can almost manually code every card. There's not a lot of customization there. There's a lot of large play there, but it's a lot of low customization issues. This is a high customization engine that needs to adapt to any situation in the future. I cannot just merely inject a workaround. But even interrupts overall are just kind of a concept. I don't know what my solution play is going to be for them. Because how exactly do I handle that in the stack system, right? I guess I can just exit the stack immediately, but when there's like another unit that's also acting, right, like a clashing unit, where do I have to mutate that data? That's going to be a difficult issue to solve. So I'm not too sure overall what is going to happen there. But yeah, that's kind of my thought right now. I've been having a lot of thoughts about how do I make this work? What do I do here? What am I going to change? How am I going to remedy my issues that I'm currently facing? So on, so forth. And overall, I think, yeah, I mean, like, this is kind of the situation manner, right? This condition application here, where I have to check the conditions list, is what matters. Right? When my dice, before my dice can even hit, I need to not worry about this dice data thing, although I will need to. It's going to be an important part. Like, I don't know. It's just really hard to think about it. I think part of it is a lack of
accessible data. I think there are definitely a couple issues with the second round of recoding where I'm noticing that some of the ways I coded some of my structures is wrong. Very, very just inherently wrong.
Like, when we talk about this cache thing, right? We are making copies of the dice data locally, but it's only within the scope of execute cache. If I want to reference that stuff, I have to pass it around myself from this class. It is stage off this class that has to play off of this class. Or not class, it's off this function. I have to play off the function and work off of it, work alongside it. If I want to, say, run something remotely into this execute class system, it's not going to be too happy about that. There's not a good way to access this data. So this is where it might not even be a bad idea to start using resources more, where resources is something I actually employ to achieve as like a means to achieve some greater goal. You know, if I take the idea of what's it called? If we talk about the idea of a brain's not thinking right now. If you talk about the idea of references, right? If I make some of these variables and execute dash references, I mean, again, another part of this is... Ooh, my stream is kind of lagging now again. Ah! Please don't die on me. Don't die on me, stream. Anyways, does seem like it's better now. If we talk about the idea of execute dash and turning it into a function on JSON, that is an idea where there's a lot of gameplay, a lot of opportunity, a lot of potential. We're able to make a system where things are probably a bit more malleable, but also more confined within the space of what I can actually do for the modding scene with JSON, right? And what's interesting about that is obviously I'll be able to do some more complex things, but that's, well, I won't have access to the most complex issues, but at least what ends up happening in that instance is, I don't know how to describe it. I do think I got pretty often like lost for how I want to describe things, but it is very important to think about this idea of data control. Dice, right now, if I have hit tag turned into this more universal system where the unit keeps data about landing hits, about who can react after a hit and save, say, this dice data. The problem is that when it goes to that dice, its data is different than this, so I have to find that data elsewhere, and that's where I can maybe link it to the references system and via references globals. Could be a cool idea, but I'm not too sure yet. I mean, I think overall that's a good idea. I can definitely find a world where that works out better. And I think that's kind of the next goal, right? So what even is our tag sequence, right? So when we go to execute condition, what is our tag sequence? And I think this is where we need our reference, right? Like, who is it running off? Our source. So our source of the string is the unit that we are sourcing out of. And we just have to go through the whole list. That's kind of like the whole deal here, right? You know? I'm not too sure. So, what am I trying to say here? What am I trying to determine? So from the source unit, I can go into conditions and then run everything. But of course, I do have to do some file path management. And this is where it gets a bit more fun, right? So if I'm looking at a status, I can reference the file path off of the file tree, right? But then there's stuff that's local to the player, local to skills, and that's gonna be
a different can of worms for you to deal with.
I think overall this conversation was pretty useful, though. I'm getting a good idea of what I kind of need to deal with. Essentially, right, the main gist, the case in point, is that my data management here is a bit sloppy. There's a lot of different places for different things. There isn't a universal method for me to search up for anything via any simple manner, because everything has a slightly different approach to retaining the information. Obviously, anything that's using data trees is very easily accessible. Dice are easily accessible. The unit data is easily accessible, but it's also way down from there. We talk about the file paths in our statuses. We are having an issue, right? File directory. What does that actually mean? It means the file tree, right? We can access the file tree pretty easily. Cool.
Where do we go from there, right? We start to enter some newer issues going forward, right? Firstly,
let's say we need to edit a dice. Let's say we're working on a dice. Let's say our hit variable comes from a dice. I guess what ends up happening is our dice should be saved as a reference, and that reference data should be saved as our path. But how do we know that it's a reference? We need extra metadata, escape characters, to determine that. I think that's kind of where we want to... I don't know. I think I want to end off. I don't know if I'm going to make good progress on this. I think it's good before it leaves my head to make some progress, but I am like kind of tired. I don't know why. I'm unusually tired today. I'm unusually unable to focus and get things done. I think it's just having done a lot of stuff lately. Been a bit more tired, unfortunately. But you know, that's kind of how it goes sometimes. Sometimes you're just not fully at your prime. But even still, life is good and chill. But what was I trying to, what was the case in point here, right? What was my goal? What was the information goal here? I think we need to think about, ultimately, hold on. I mean, we need to ultimately think about how we manage all this data, how we access it best. Because accessing data in a variety of contexts is kind of where we are at a bit of a roadblock. Oh, this one's always a nice one. There we go. So, overall, like, when we talk about accessing data, right, this whole thing about the unit to the scale to the die, what we're actually doing here, and the better statement I should be making here, is all of this goes to something else. It goes to the conditions, right? But the problem is, what is our previous path? How do we access this efficiently? When I want to say A1/conditions, how do I know that it wants to go to A1/conditions, right? Well, what you actually say when you say I want to go to the path A1/conditions is, oh, I want to go to this file on the file tree. It's a moment where I think I might have made a flaw, right? One of the cool properties of my system is everything is off the original file base is off of this file tree, where everything kind of spreads out from the file tree, And at any given point, if I'm given a reference somewhere else, I'll be able to either track it down through this method, going down to the shared root, stem area, and progressing back up to that leaf or whatever else, or going directly from the base root and progressing up to that value. But the problem is that this is only part of the issue, right? Because our file tree doesn't just have this, it has a lot of... Oopsies. I accidentally killed the cutter here. I think it was CC50cc. That was a mistake. What I was trying to say here is, like, we have a lot of peripheral data, right? And here we have things like, say, A1, a unit, right? We have the unit A1. We also have, in here, we have the dice, which is like, save the dice number 3 or whatever, right? And these are not accessible by the file tree. They are independent. Sometimes there is some connective point that we can connect to, and sometimes that just doesn't exist. And that is our current issue. What should have kind of happened is that the file branching should have connected to these in some manner. And I think this does go down to the references tree. I think references is kind of a useful idea where it's a lot of cache variables, but references could have been put inside of the file tree too. So I'm not sure if this was the core idea. I think tomorrow I might be able to think up, or not tomorrow, I'm not sure if I'm streaming Saturday. I might stream Saturday. I'm going to do my Nimbus stream Sunday for sure. So stay tuned for Nimbus and maybe some Arknights on Sunday. Actually, maybe I might do some Arknights streaming Saturday. But between Arknights and Nimbus, right, Monday is going to be my next dev stream. But the biggest issue that I'm kind of having with this dev stream right now is I'm realizing that the file data I've been managing right now has kind of ballooned into not so helpful, right? The file tree originally was designed so that I can reference anything from anywhere without really worrying too much. I can have just a simple path structure to hold very, very deeply nested data, right? Very deeply nested data becomes very easily accessible. That has been lately destroyed because of things like this. Now I have the dice duplicate, and that is kind of an issue, right? That's kind of an issue. I don't know what is the solution here yet. I'm still trying to figure that out. But what I can say is that all these export variables here, I mean, like, I can access them via call-j. That is a big, tremendous buff. That's a very good utility. Being able to access everything here via call-j is necessary. The problem is that only accessing these by call-j is not enough. I need to access them remotely by using some other system, some file path directive system. And I think the solution to this might actually be a property tagging of my files. So I believe anyways, can you even name a document like with an asterisk? You can, okay. I know there's some variable, like some values that are not allowed. I know slashes aren't allowed, right? Like you can't name it with a slash. But I think a lot of these are allowed. Obviously, I can't use brackets or parentheses or anything because I think can cause issues. But I mean, I don't know why it has a recycling icon. I'm just doing random computer things at this point. But I don't know, if I have a certain escape character system where, you know, one of these characters over here I use for another purpose, my idea is like, you know, something like an asterisk, right? If I say asterisk unit list, that means we are now searching within unit list. Treat unit list as a data tree, right? As a effective data tree, right? Because these are all dictionaries, except for scene. Scene isn't. Scene, I think, should have been off of file tree. I think file tree should be managing the scene number. Because instead of having to re-import it and stuff, I think this was kind of the incorrect play, you know? Another idea is to have kind of inside my files have a folder that's created called the cache folder. And the cache folder has like a bunch of miscellaneous, like miscellaneous.json, bunch of miscellaneous files, right? And I think that might be another useful idea, right? The idea of a cache folder where you can kind of just take any data and you can kind of put it in this cache folder and then say, okay, let's work off of this and let's find something useful there. You know? That's kind of my thought, right? How do I make everything a bit more smooth in that department? I think a cache folder is probably a good idea. I think it might be one of the better ideas for what I can do. Because what I can do with a cache folder, right, is I can probably even jam references in there. I mean, like, some part of it is like the idea of efficiency, but I think what ultimately needs to happen is stuff like references, stuff like dice list, save list, use list. These should be dictionaries that are a part of the file tree, but are referenced remotely in these manners. So I can jump to them. I can make a leap to them. But when I make a leap to them, I'm not actually, like, you know, going to a new data space, right? The idea is that what I need to do is I need to actually make these values intersect with the tree. And these extra references are just different ways of referring. I can refer in either way, right? That is, I think, the solution. That is, I think, what needs to happen. So ultimately, yes, this is kind of the situation I need to focus on. This is basically just the future, right? This is my future. This is what needs to happen next. So what is to be said about all of this? I think what I can say safely is that, yeah, this is a very, very high potential system. We have a lot of potential here, but I'm going to have to make this change. And I think tomorrow, this change will occur, right? I think this is a tomorrow issue. I probably start today, honestly. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a cache folder. And in this cache folder, I will make files, which will then be attributed here, right? It does do this like .json check, right? It could be a dicelist.json would be my cache folder here. Or it can just be an empty file, right? Like, it doesn't have to be a .json, I don't think. Like, if I just have dicelist here, I can just have empty documents that are just JSONs, but are injected kind of in this manner. I'm not too sure. Also, what are my issues here? Oh, is it just angry that I didn't use these parameters yet? I mean, yeah, I haven't used these parameters. That's a different issue. Come on. Yeah. Okay, so that is pretty cool. Now, what else is to be said? Yeah, so ultimately, right, exit command is going to have to wait for us to fix this system, right? Tomorrow is going to be an emergency fix for these dice, for this cache system. But in the meantime, let's actually do something else in the meantime. So we're going to be doing this cache system tomorrow. That's going to be our main focus, right? This cache idea is a very good idea. It's going to interconnect with all of this. And it's going to actually probably even solve some of our issues like serial references with like Game Manager. And that will be very useful. This will be, I would say, the path to making the system actually truly functional. In this moment, I realized the deepest flaw in the system. So by solving this, we will make the system way more usable, way more user-friendly, way less gate-kept from modders. So, that being said, what else can we do? I think we can make a basic crit system. I mean, but I don't know. There's not really a need to run crits. Let's see. I think we can. So only for offensive dice, right? Only offensive dice run this. But another thing is, I don't know if there's ever a crit situation where the crit does affect the hit effect. Right? I'm not too sure. Because obviously this crit effect occurs after you hit. Like, after you hit, you inflict one fragile. It would not make sense to, like, before you, like, when you crit, as in when you max roll, but you hit yet, you inflict it. So, I'm not too sure. I'm just browsing around trying to figure out if there is a situation where crit has to go before hit. But I cannot think of an instance. Let's see here. I'm gonna say, let's go back to execute clash. On offensive dice, after we do this hit tag, we can now check that if okay, so the way I can do this is I can do if the attack roll minus what's it called? Attack dice. If attack dice dot and we get the power. Oh no, minus the base. If we subtract the base, if that is equal to the power, it is probably a bit inefficient that I'm actually making a new instantiating a new object every time I want to run a command like this, but you know, it's just kind of how I designed this, which is probably not the best, but it's okay. So if the attack roll minus the base is equal to the power, then we can then read the die tag, which is going to be crit. Now, obviously, we haven't made poise or paralysis, where this stuff can get, where we can spend poise or use paralysis to force a min or a max. But, yeah. I do wonder if the opposite of a crit, maybe not like a feint, like a whiff. Maybe I can go like a whiff. Is like it's the opposite of a crit for min rolling. So whenever you have a high paralysis, self paralysis units that can like, use whiffing to do stuff. Also, like negative rollers can really make use of that. So I don't know. I'm surprised that there aren't like any like negative die rollers in Star the City. Like there are just no negative die rollers. But yeah, I mean, everything here is looking good, though. Everything here is looking good. Besides, of course, the caching issue, which is going to be tomorrow's game. Tomorrow, we're going to be fixing the cache. And yeah, there's a whole thing with signals that, like, I don't know. I think I might actually make an automatic signaler, right? Like, if a signal exists, I don't know if I can, like, remotely check for a signal, but if I can, that's something I'm gonna research later. I think that might be a tomorrow. Like, again, like, there's like a couple of things I want to change about my call structure, like how I call different commands. Ultimately, though, I mean, once I get my... So basically, once we fix the caching stuff, what's going to end up happening is I can... The statuses will automatically work. Now, stuff like protection and fragile we're going to touch on. Essentially, right, like stuff like this, right? This applied thing where condition applied, when the tremor is immediately applied, it does this thing. And it can actually already do this, right? If you already do this, it's just there's no remove status command. Also, this is actually inherently incorrect syntax, so I have to real quick alter that. But that's the correct syntax. You heal stagger by the status tremor, and then you remove the status tremor burst. That's something pretty simple. Obviously, I don't have the remove status command, but we actually make that real quick. Let's just do that. For the next 10 minutes, let's make tremor burst work. At least if tremor burst can work, that'd be pretty cool. So, over here, when we have inflict status, we can then do remove status. And then we can do all this. And then we can also get our status path. We don't really need status path, we just need to know. Once we're removing stats, we just know that from this target data, we can just do what's status data? Oh, it's just getting the status path. So if we do target data .dget, or we can do safe get, statuses plus the status name. So we know that this is a dictionary. And then we can just do a dot erase. Or we can just do statuses. We can safe get statuses, which should be a dictionary, then we can erase the key of status. And that should work. That's all what remove status is. And maybe there's like a non-removal condition that we can run, but that's not here issue. That's not something that currently occurs. Obviously here, we're gonna run a applied thing, right? So we can still run the applied command, you know? Obviously we can't like read die tag, it's kind of a bit of a weird thing. Instead we just run the status tag, so we'll just copy this, but like alter it for like the per change here, and obviously this is gonna be something we're gonna want to change in the future, so is there like a to-do here? Remove after adding cache updates slash generalized tag checks, tag conditionals. Well, I'll use a to-do, so now I can just do tag sequence. It's going to be from is going to be from file tree dot safe get from. It's going to be from the stat condition path, right? And then type dictionary. And then from there, we want to get the applied. Well, actually, yeah, we want to do this plus slash applied, which should be a type array. Right, this is the array now. That's our tag sequence. And this is going to be applied. And then from here, our target is still the same as our target value here. And that's the only value we need. Alright, so let's see if this works. Let's see if Tremor Burst actually works. Alright? Let's see if things are functional. Now, I had to make some edits here. So, of course, I have to change that here. So now I can do, ooh, there's a couple issues. Why do we have an end of file issue? Oh, it might be one of these. It might be like this data here that's kind of messy. If I just do this, does it stop being angry? I'll just remove that for now. It didn't seem to like that. I think it just didn't like that. I don't want to cram my debugger with this garbage. You know, it's kind of funny. Now that I have the extra monitor, I keep on accidentally doing work on the extra monitor that I'm not actually streaming. That's kind of a funny thing. I have to be more careful about that. Okay. It's not angry anymore. It just doesn't like that I didn't rename my parameters. That's okay. People can deal with that. They're going to pull from my GitHub if they even do. Execute scale A1, E1. If A1 is using delay, compressor 1, and then E1 is using literally nothing. Obviously, that's how it's going to be. And then if I do search unit E1 and I search for statuses, you'll see, oh, unit search E1 for statuses. And then I can just do execute skill A1 on E1, and I can do relay Lancia, and then nothing. And the Tremor Burst did not seem to work at all. Deal stagger. Cannot convert argument 1 from nil to int. Oh, get status doesn't exist. Right, we don't have a get status argument yet either. So get status is another thing that we need to make. My apologies. I did mention you don't even need to get status. You can just like search through the unit manually, but having a get status command is so much nicer. I didn't actually make it virtually, but we're almost at the 4-hour mark. I yapped too much, thinking I had to stop. I time is stalling for time. What else is like? I didn't think I needed to end a bit earlier, so I didn't really worry. But anyways, function get status, and it's going to be for the status, which is a string, and then the target, which is typically empty. And then what do we return on this one? We just return, oh no, this is get status, so we return the int of the amount. Returns how much is in the status. It's basically how to get the status quantity, but we just do this. And then we check. And then we just, otherwise we will return target data dot dget, the path, which is going to be statuses slash status slash plus the status plus the stack. I believe stack should be capitalized. Yes, it is. And that is going to be like that. Default value is 0. That should hopefully work. If it doesn't, then I'm going to cry. And I think I can actually do execute skill A1 on E1. And if I do Lancia, and then E1 does something weak, like maybe E1 does it likes 1. Oh, not Vila likes 1. Hooligan. Where did E1 take? Oh, unopposed. Did it not trigger a cash win? I would have assumed, unit search, E1, statuses. -3 tremor. Okay, so tremor isn't being removed yet, but that's a different issue. Tremor burst isn't seeming to work too nicely. Let me do unapplied, right? Before applied does anything else, I want it to add log. And then in here, the tremor stack come out. Let me actually do a, I don't know. Yeah, this is fine. I won't do like an append thingy here. I'm just gonna do this. Let's see. Let's see if Tremor Burst or Shape isn't working. Execute A1 and E1. Relay, then Cia, 1, empty. Doesn't seem to even be tremor bursting. Oh, well, I actually broke the command. So that might be part of it. Add log, I forgot to add the comment here. I don't know why it doesn't check for that. I keep on getting like messed up. I assume it would add a comma, but okay. Whatever. We're still having issues? Call V. Why are we having call V issues? Get status. Cannot convert augment 2 from float to string. Oh, it's default value. Call V. Deal stagger. No to end. Okay, because it broke. That's why. Ah, I'm dumb. I forgot that there was a default value. Default is an int. Unless otherwise specified it's a 0. Return the default. Okay, please tell me that fixes it. I'm really annoyed. I'm really annoyed. Okay. Execute skill A1 and E1. Lancia. Relay. Lancia 1. I paid for music now. Random jump scare. You know what? I'm gonna put a minima for the end of this. Why not? I didn't print out Tremor Burst, but at least it's like running a thing. That's interesting. So Tremor Burst is at least pretending like it works, but it doesn't want to work. I said add log. Why are you not adding log? Log it. Log that you are Tremor Bursting. Be proud of the Tremor Burst. It's as simple as just add log. Oh, it's because it's capital A. It doesn't know what it's doing. No, what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna do if there we go. If get status is destiny equal to 0, move status. You know, very simple. Okay, they still have protection for whatever reason, but like, don't worry about it. Meh. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is we're gonna do edit unit E1 statuses to the value of an object. Boy, that does work. So we're just going to remove that first, and we're going to do execute skill A1 on E1, relay, press 1, and then we can do unit search E1 statuses, and you'll see that they have 9 tremor, and then we can do execute skill A1 on E1, relay, Lancia 1. And you can see that, and then we can do execute skill A1, and then do unit search E1 statuses, and you can see they only have 7 tremor left. So now you can see how this works. Awesome! Tremor burst now works. Of course, I would have bias to tremor because it's actually the easiest status to code. It doesn't do anything, and then tremor burst is just a single pop. And they already had no stagger left. That was a terrible example. Hold on. That's a terrible example. That was the worst example ever. What was I doing? You couldn't even see how it worked. So if I do execute skill A1 on E1, A1 is using Lancia 1, and then E1 is using Yikes 1, you'll see that Tremor Burst did nothing because E1 won the clash, but you know. And then here, where is the tremor? Unit search E1 statuses. There's no tremor anymore, obviously, but if I damage unit E1 negative 100, and then I do execute skill A1 on E1, and I do relay press 1, and then I do another damage unit E1 negative 100, and then I do execute skill A1 on E1, relay Lancia 1. Tremor Burst is not doing stagger damage. Are we okay? What? Why is it not doing stagger damage? Well, Tremor Burst doesn't seem to work. That's not comfortable. And you still have tremor, don't you? Status, unit search, E1, statuses. What's the next song gonna be? Oh, you know what? Tower Fierce is cool. There's still 7 tremor. Why are you not doing 7 stagger damage? I'll be okay here. Something's wrong. Well, and before I end the stream, right, you gotta fix this. Gotta fix our bugs. Move status, get status, deal stagger. Okay, real quick add log for get status and see what get status actually prints out. 0 tremor, obviously. There was 1 tremor. And then there was 0 tremor for whatever reason. Oh no, there was never tremor. I don't know. It's not getting the status from the thing. I don't know why. I think toggle just doesn't work for some reason. Nope, E1. E1 is the target of deal stagger, or deal stagger it is, yeah. Let's see about status. Get status. Maybe stack isn't working. Wait, hold on, am I dumb? Hold on, let me check. If I do execute skill A1, E1, relay, press 1, and then do unit search E1 statuses. It's stack, right? It's slash tremor slash stack, yeah. It's statuses slash stack, yeah. So I should put a print. E1 no, E1 no, E1 no. 3 times, twice, what the heck? I tried to get status 3 times? Oh, if I could get a thing. It knows who E1 is. But the data is null. That doesn't make sense. I don't know where the -2 comes from. Oh, after it does the thing, yeah. After it does the burst. Maybe I'm just dumb and I didn't do that correctly. Oh, well, when the status doesn't exist, yeah, if I do execute skill A1 on E1, delay the presser 1, and then I do this, and then it reads null, and then after it bursts, it reads 7. Why is it doing the burst it reads null? That doesn't make sense. E1 is the target, and then I should be able to... What? That doesn't make sense. The status just doesn't work. Huh? What? I don't understand. Let me print the entire statuses. Just so I can actually understand what's going on. I don't understand what's going on. There's tremor burst. And there's tremor. So, execute skill A1, E1, relay, presser, 1. And then this, It's not like the tremor is gone. The tremor is always there. You just search tremor. Wait, is it nesting itself? Hold on. So E1 is protection. All of this data. Tremor is this data. And for some reason it has the statuses value in it. Which then has tremor, which then has conditions empty. What? Why does it have a nested thing inside of it? That doesn't make sense. Tremor burst. Wait, what? Hold on, what's going on here? I'm trying to figure this out before I end stream. I just need to understand what's going on. There's like extra nesting, so protection is just this data, right? Dirty. Tremor burst is this data. The status is tremor burst is then inside this data. Well, then there is conditions applied. Oh, because it's trying to print the statuses. Wait, file is status is tremor burst. Why is it putting this statuses tag in there? It's like nesting. It's trying to nest it in there during the infliction? I don't understand. How does this happen? I don't know. This is unstable. I don't think I'm going to push this to main yet. Something's going on. I don't understand. Let me try and use my brain for a moment and understand what's going on. These prints aren't being helpful, because I mean, like, tremor should exist. Or maybe it's the status print here that's not working. Oh yeah, there is no... It's trying to search up tremor burst instead of tremor. Hello? It should be doing get status tremor. Well, I guess get status tremor is just null for some reason, even though it's not in here. Or obviously, yeah, no, it's not obvious. It's obviously not in here. Wait, yeah, of course. What am I doing? I need to first execute skill A1 E1 relay repressor 1, and then execute skill A1 E1 relay lancia, and then it will actually have a thing. So tremor. So it should print the target, E1, print all data, then print the name, and then print the data inside tremor, which is stack 9. It feels like it should be working. It seems like it is working. But in here, right, it's like, okay, tremor, the stack is 9. I mean, I guess when I'm searching for the status tremor burst, the so when tremor burst is going off, when I'm trying to deal stagger based on get stats tremor, I don't understand what's going on right now. What is going on? After the tremor burst, it does this stuff. Before that, I don't know when this gets called. Okay. So sequence for tremor obviously is fine. Sequence for tremor burst. So sequence for tremor burst, it is going to, when it does the sequence for tremor burst, that's when it does add log, and it's gonna, well, it's first gonna do add log for getting the status of tremor. That's when we print out how many stacks of tremor there are, which there are 9. It seems to be working now. I don't know why it wasn't working. Now my issue is like, why is it nesting statuses within statuses here? That's a different separate issue. Is it actually working now? Can I actually use tremor now? It does. Okay, tremor burst works now. I don't know why it wasn't working before. Okay, I'm confused. Now, of course, my other issue is why is it that there are nested data types here? Why is that tremor has statuses, tremor conditions, empty thing here? When did this get added? I don't know when I've ever added a statuses path to a status. I want to fix this. I want to fix this. I just want to fix this real quick. So status inflect. Let me just print. Let me see. Execute skill A1, E1, relay, replacer, 1, and then nothing here. Okay. So it occurs here when we add the stack. After adding the stack, for whatever reason, statuses gets appended. So first is the protection's already there, obviously. That's just kind of innately there. It's kind of annoying that it's there, but okay, whatever. That's our first print. Then we instantiate tremor. Then we add the file path. Then we add in the file path, we add the stack. Here. So when we deset the stack name, which either stack or next stack, in our status data, right? Kind of like how we did deset file. We then deset stack name. And then we do the stack name. We get the value of stack name or 0, just the amount. Oh, I guess because the stack doesn't exist, it is... Oh, it's shallow search. Oh, I know what's happening here. It's shallow searched. It's shallow searched and it dropped me out. Oh, no, 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 no. But how? Can I print what this is? It's 0, so why does this come into play? Where does this come from? Is it when we instantiate? Is it this instantiate? I think it might just be this instantiate. Okay, so maybe it's not a shallow search issue. Yep, it is an instantiate issue. Why is this instantiate causing issues? Hold on. Okay, we know what it is. It's this instantiate 9. Okay. So this instantiate line is going to be going off the stat condition path off of status data, which is the path of, oh, because I just need to do stash conditions. That should fix it. So execute skill, A1 and E1, delay, represa, 1, and then if I do this, and then if I do unit search, E1 statuses, you'll see those, everything's good there. Execute skill, A1, if I have to do damage, unit, E1, negative 100, because like, yeah, they're way too flimsy. A1 and E1, and if I do relay, then SIA 1, and then I can then see that tremor burst seems to work. Okay, that scared me for a moment, but it seems we have resolved the issue. No more of that weird nesting stuff. You can see the original was actually really nested, so this is nice. Everything seems to be working very well. Whew! That was close. Now, I went a bit too long. Almost 4.5 hours. See, when I wake up, I can get things done pretty easily. But, well, that was pretty good, though. Thank you all for watching. I think the view count is super inflated on YouTube because of how they changed the YouTube views. I don't know why YouTube did that. I don't know. It's weird. But overall, the system does work. GitHub post soon, I think. But, yeah, thank you all for watching. We actually had our most concurrent viewers, which was 6. Anyways, at the start of the stream, so that was pretty cool. I guess 1 PM is a good time. But I'm going to be streaming earlier and later, starting next week, starting Monday. I don't know if I'll stream on Saturday, but I definitely will stream my usual Nimbus on Sunday. So thank you everyone for watching, and have a good day and a good weekend too. Goodbye.